Nothing to do with all that business behind him. Because now Harrison has made his way. I want to see the number 2 spot, Porter. That kid has the heart of a Porter. And that number 3 spot, first spot, Ashton Hayes.
That was Logan Stokes, who was in 8th. Probably going to drop out of the top 10 now. Carter Halpayne just got by him. So that'll probably push him, I believe, to 10th. See Forner here. He's got about a 4-second lead over Harrison. Harrison coming from behind in this one, correct?
Absolutely, about 7th spot. Now look at the lap times. Harrison went blow for blow yesterday. They kept bringing him down. And Harrison is no stranger to
coming to the 10 Commandments, guys.
number 2 rider.
Likes number 2.
We'll go with that, but
put the number 2 on his bike. He purchased the pre-printed backgrounds and stuck them on the
we're taking away from the pageantry of running that number 2.
That you have to earn it.
Yes.
If you're top 10 in your class.
10, your first time in as we'll say, a freshman in the class, and then return as a senior. Get the sportsman veterans jacket on the dress. Here's your top 10. Fortner, Harrison, Perther, Hayes, 4th, Sales, Moseman, Alves, 7th, John Ames slips back to 8th, Carter Halpay, 9th, and Tristan Miller. That kid should be way up closer to the front, and that's the kid we're going to watch as well, Tristan Miller in the number 9 spot.
Okay, so the question is, can Harrison run down Fortner?
Coming to the 10 Commandments right now.
Want to do that, considering the conditions right now, and it is the first moto. You do not want to throw it away, so we'll see how deep Mitchell Harrison is going to dig. Luke Perther is solid in 3rd. That's a podium position. Okay, so when you're looking at the board, 4 laps in, I'm going to say probably somewhere around an 8-lap race, judging by the lap times, maybe 9. So we're only halfway through. Plenty of time for Harrison to close the gap.
I seen Harrison this morning, and he actually told me, he says, I'm here to win this thing. No more number 2.
Really?
He's putting out, Kevin?
Oh, I believe it, no doubt. I've seen him win motos this year already. He is definitely a title threat. So ripping this racetrack up right now, the 21 Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki ride of Austin Fortner. Harrison can see when he jumps up over this camelback, he can check the racetrack and see the green Kawasaki, or in his case, the black Kawasaki, the ominous black Kawasaki.
We got a battle on our hands. They're coming across the finish line area. It's Fortner, and look how close Mitchell Harrison is now. Harrison on the number 2. Harrison backed by Farron and PR2 Racing, GPF Fly, Smith Optics, Dunlop Alpine Stars, FMF, Pant Saga Designs, ODI Grips, Impulse Graphics, Renegade Fuels. Out of where else? Cairo, Georgia.
You know, it's been since last year since I've seen Fortner even get beat midway spring of last year. Fortner has been the guy since he left the ranch. Then he went to Vegas for the Monster Energy Cup. And we went spring nationals all the way through here, guys. Been the guy in this class. So Harrison's been creeping. He's been training head down, got a great ride with that Farron PR2 ride, and it's about to come to fruition. He's got a shot here.
We might just have a battle for this moto win before it's over. This is Super Mini. We will follow it up with the Open Pro Sport class, and then 85, 9 to 11. Those are your next 3 classes. Jason Wygant, Kevin Kelly, Rodney Tomlin, and Wes Kane here giving you the call at the Red Bull AMA Amateur National at Loretta Lynn Ranch, presented by AMSOIL. I think it's stabilized just a bit. Harrison's not making up huge chunks any longer, about half a second a lap now. Fortner might have started to go into management mode here.
Well, here's the thing here. We're halfway through. Lappers now are going to become a problem. We hit the infield of the racetrack, or working their way towards that. Sorry, they're coming around the sweeper. There's the 21 of Fortner. And Harrison, he's creeping. He's still getting there. He's less than 3 seconds now, my best guess.
I see a lot of riders out there not really prepared for the rain now. Some of these guys are starting to take their goggles off. So that's not really what you want to do. You're prepared. There's one rider going down over there. But watch out for Harrison now. Here comes the race right here by the ski beach around the sweeper turn. To the inside is Fortner. And Fortner usually, he's had his way a couple years back. I mean, he just comes through there. Fortner comes out of nowhere all the way out of Missouri. Bada boom, bada bing. He takes the championships to go. Now we're seeing him. The pressure is applied. The self-fortitude of Mitchell Harrison says, you know what? He told me, I'm here to win this thing. Now we're seeing it happen.
Yeah, we're waiting for this thing to refresh. I'm guessing down to about a second and a half now. Austin Fortner and Mitchell Harrison. By the mechanics area we go with our leaders. The pit board's going to read, put your head down, do work now, because Fortner has got company, folks.
Wow, man, what a run by Harrison to get there. Sorry, Wes, go.
Fortner does a checkup through the neck, up through the twisties along the tree people, and there he goes down that long short chute that Jason likes to call as they head into the 10 Commandments. Now, do not break the 10 Commandments, Austin Fortner. Don't look behind you, race ahead of you, hop, skip, and jump through there, and get out of there as clean as you can, because you do a checkup from the neck up and you look back, and there's the number 2 ride of Mitchell Harrison.
Harrison's a big kid, gives up probably 15, 20 pounds to Fortner, who is out front. And now the lap traffic coming into play. Fortner makes the first move through it. Harrison comes through. It's like, oh, and your leader goes down. There it is. Fortner is on the ground. The number 21 goes down. He got switched up on the line with the lapper, Jason.
Wow. They don't have blue flags out here at Loretta's. You got to figure it out on your own. Everyone's in their own race. So that's a mistake for Forner, and he's got the goggles off. Wondering if the left side of the bike, maybe the clutch lever, that didn't get damaged in that as well. Harrison's not going to ask questions. Here he is on the number 2 Suzuki, backed by Ferry in PR2, and he is taking off.
Yeah, he was going to force the issue one way or the other. That's not the way I'm sure he wanted to make the pass, but he'll take it. The number 2 now working his way into the infield portion of the racetrack. Again, look at the ruts. This track is chewed up. That is a motocross racetrack. That is why you ride those rough and tumble tracks when you're practicing during the week. You race those little smooth tracks. Not going to do you any good when you get out here.
Well, it's pretty hard to replicate it anywhere. Track getting this rough, this deep, and the soil being this good. Here we go. Number 2, Mitchell Harrison on a roll. Started about 7th, now into the lead. The real question is, you want to go back to that number 21, Forner, and see if he can even hold on to the number 2 position.
Top 10 looks like this as they come through the stripe. Back in 10th was Carter Halpane. Tristan Miller in 9th. Ashton Hayes in 8th. Ramir Alves in 7th. John Ames in 6th. Michael Mosem in 5th. Hunter Salas in 4th. Luke Further drops back to 3rd. Austin Forner in 2nd. And the man with a plan out front, number 2 ride, wants to put a number 1 on there, is Mitchell Harrison. Holding down the flag for the Fly Racing Team. Rodney got to be ecstatic with this young man. Picked him up a couple of years ago, kind of like, well, let's see what he's got under the hood. He's paying off in huge dividends there.
Yeah, he wanted to get on big bikes about mid-season this year. He was getting so big. So they all went together, and Rod put together a gear deal with Thousand Oaks, and they actually swapped gear for a motorcycle along with the Orange Brigade to get that kid on a big bike. So it was like a 3-part deal. Orange Brigade, Thousand Oaks, and Fly Racing got together and got this kid on a 125. The first race at Mammoth, he won in the schoolboy class. Did Perther. Fun to watch him. Harrison, Fortner, and Perther now. This championship thing just keeps changing here as we keep writing the script. And all along, Tristan Miller and Ames trying to creep up there. I expected Miller to be a little closer to the front. He had a bad start. He's in the number 9 spot.
Well, Ames, remember, was 2nd early in this one, and I think the wrist injury catching up to him now as he's back to 8th. As for Forner, he's riding without goggles after that crash. I think it slowed him up, and he might fall into the clutches of Perther, so you got to watch the 21 on the Kawasaki Forner be headed to the Red Bull Energy Station in the beach, and he'll probably have that 94 Perther right behind him when they get to that section.
Meanwhile, out front, we're still watching the charge being led by the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison. Mitchell Harrison kind of appeared on the amateur day of the Amsoil Arena Cross Tour, kind of like doing pretty good out there. You didn't hear much of him on the outdoor. He started to sprout up a little bit, cutting his teeth through the area qualifiers, the regionals, and now has risen to the occasion to be a big factor here at Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch.
Going to send Kevin Kelly down to the podium as time is rapidly running out. It's going to be interesting to say what Mitchell Harrison has to say about this moto. I'm going to assume he had the bad gate pick that caused that bad start, but it didn't affect the result. Is he just able to come from behind? Forner has done a good job actually fending off Perther. Perther must have had problems. It's still close, but I thought Perther was going to be able to get around, and remember, Forner running without goggles.
And remember this, Forner knows he's been here before. He's probably been in this situation before. He knows if he gets it cleaned up, he had a little problem out there going into Storyland. If he gets it cleaned up, he can finish 2nd in this moto. That still puts him in championship contention, because that's the irony of Loretta Lynn's 3-moto format. And it all comes down to sometimes that 3rd moto is the charm down here. It'll make or break you. Dreams become realities, or dreams get crushed right here at Loretta Lynn's, the Dude Ranch.
Yeah, so these positions here, Perther and Forner, who are going to battle out the 21 and the 94 center of the track, that is going to potentially tell the championship story later. Of course, Harrison would like to just go 1-1-1 and eliminate them, but easier said than done in this format. Want to look up Forner here in the Loretta Lynn Hall of Fame, which you can find if you go and pick up a program at the MX Sports office. Forner's already got a couple of championships under his belt. He has 3 of them. Didn't get any last year. One in 2011, trying to get a 4th title, but he's got his hands full with Perther right now, and Harrison just marching away. He's on a roll.
Better give him some butter, baby, because I think you're right. He is on a roll out there with 2 lap board out. A sense of urgency now starts to come into effect if you're Luke Perther. Can you run down Forner? Can you try to get those valuable points to get into that second moto, third moto, to try to be at least salvage a top 3 in the championship here at Loretta's.
It's really going to, these little moments early in the week that almost seem forgotten about by the end loom so large. You're watching Harrison on the number 2 just trying to work his way through lap traffic. Now he's about to go past the billboards. So we'll put the focus back on second and third, Forner, Perther, then Sales and Moseman are 4th and 5th.
Carter Halpane still hanging around 10th, buzzing around there. Ashton Hayes, you know, he's a very good rider, very got charisma. He always likes to put on a little bit of show out there, but right now he is slugging away back in 9th. What do you see? Oh, Perther now overcomes the deficit being in 3rd. Now he moves up and takes over the 2nd position here late in the game.
More trouble for Forner. He is all the way back to 5th now. So we said we were going to watch Sales and Moseman. We've seen them move up to 3rd and 4th. So this could potentially be a disaster. Forner was leading this moto. He's now back to the number 5 spot.
Well, where it comes down, and we've seen this before in moto number 3, you could see Forner come out and bang it away in moto 2, take the win. We could have a tie situation.
Oh, sure.
The pressure could be on Forner. Harrison now might just have to ride in the catbird seat and cruise on in there. So right now, the deck is being stacked right now to set up for a great day of racing in moto number 2 and 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And you remember the weather conditions changing so rapidly. These guys probably didn't expect to be racing in the rain when they headed into the staging area. So that could potentially affect the results when they come out next time if the weather's different. Shout out to Ram Alves, who is in 6th, Tristan Miller 7th, Ashton Hayes, Tyler Pantley, and John Ames round out the top 10 of Super Mini. We'll give you 11 through 20. Jake Penhankos is 11th, Paul Payne back to 12th, Hunter Tyson, Tyler Kirshner, and Caleb Taylor top 15. Logan Stokes had a crash earlier in this one. He's 16th. Justin Cooper, Jeremy Kowalski, McCoy Bro, and Max Buskey. That's your top 20.
It's the dog days of summer down here at the Dude Ranch, and Mitchell Harrison is riding the ride that dreams were made of down here at the 32nd Annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships presented by Amsoil.
Battle is on now. Perther feeling some pressure from the 42 of Moseman. Took Moseman a long time to get going. They're into the decision maker and now about to head back into view of the Red Bull Beach, and it is wheel to wheel between those two. Moseman, Perther made a mistake, ran a 2:10 lap time. Moseman is on the gas. Here they are. Time running out though.
Time is of the essence. The equipment is fired up. We should have the checker momentarily here.
Yeah, Harrison's got it. Here's your battle behind them. It looks like the number 94 of Perther is going to hang in there. Moseman, what a charge. Moved past Sales to get 3rd and then went after Perther on the last lap.
This one's over with right now. Mitchell Harrison takes the win. Perther going to finish up 2nd. Moseman fights his way up from a deficit just out of the top 10 up to 3rd. Salas finished 4th. Forner now back to 5th. Alves 6th. Miller 7th. Ashton Hayes 8th. Pantley 9th. And John Ames with a great start. A great little battle in the top 3 the first couple laps. But he is broken, but he's not out of the commission. He finishes in the top 10. Kevin Kelly down there to greet our winner. Got to be smiling from ear to ear. Mitchell Harrison, job well done. Takes a moto win.
Do what you do, my friend.
All right, down here on the podium, and we want to say hello to our 3rd place finisher, if we can get him on up here. Mr. Hunter Sales. Hunter Sales, come on up here, bud. Hunter Sales, our 3rd place finisher. There he is. Okay, so we'll check that. Now you get that medal there. Michael Moseman, welcome back to the ranch. Grab that bad boy right there. You get the bronze one. Make some noise for Michael Moseman, your 3rd place finisher. Michael, that charge last lap, I heard the guys talking about it. You were able to pull off the pass. How did you do it?
You know, it's raining now, so that's new. So I just came on the start, got bumped around, had to let off the gas. And then I was probably back in like 20th and made my way up. I was in a good position, went off slid out and almost wadded in the Ten Commandments, and then another time in the next turn and just lost my focus for a minute, but I lost like 3 or 4 positions, got back, you know, and then made another mistake, went off the track, but I really hope I can be challenging Mitchell Harrison in the next motos, but things just didn't go my way. I think I need to go back, regroup, and come back for the next one.
Well, great job. You're still in the hunt. Let's hit those sponsors up, Michael. Who helps you out?
Oh, there's so many people that are helping me out that just got my bike running so good. If you go check it out, it's pretty trick. Factory Connection, Fox, there's all the guys. I mean, look at this gear right now. Everybody, look at it. Check it out. Stuff is sick. You need to go buy some at your local dealer. You got to support these guys because they are such cool. And FMF, Super Sketch, Apparel, my mom and dad just helped me out, supported me this whole time. My trainer, Landon Courier, he's helped me out with lines here, and my mom, and there's so many people behind me, Scott. There's so many people, Dunlop and Suzuki, and just Factory Connection. I can't thank everybody enough. Thank you.
All right, let him hear it one more time. Mr. Michael Mosman challenges and charges hard right there towards the end. Come on up here, let's see the Motorcycle Superstore whole shot winner and your second place finisher. You're gonna get that. Grab that check right there. Grab that silver medal out of my hand, young man, right there. And it is none other than Mr. Luke Perther, ladies and gentlemen. Let him hear it. Luke's gonna put that medal around his head. Hold that check up. Give a big smile to that man right there, and then we'll say hello to Luke. Luke, you had the whole shot early. You were in the mix there the whole time. Welcome to the podium. How did you do it?
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to get a whole shot with my big belt on that bike, but it was a good race. You know, it got a little slick out there at one point, and I tried to keep it smooth, got a little tired out there, and bike's bogging a little bit, but, you know, it went through the moto and it got well.
Great work out there. I know you got a lot of folks that helped get you here. They're all standing around us right now. Luke Perther, who got you to the races?
Yeah, I'd like to start off with thanking Thousand Oaks Power Sports, Orange Brigade KTM, Fly Racing, X-Brand Goggles, Arma Energy, Dunlop tires did really good in that slick stuff, and oh man, FMF, my mom and dad, definitely God for keeping me safe, and just everyone out there that's helping me, thank you so much. Alpine Star also.
One more time, let him hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Luke Perther finishes up second and your Motorcycle Superstore whole shot award winner. Put that right there, sir. Thanks, Luke. Good job, buddy. Now, we'll call up the man of the hour. Come on up here and see us. The number 2 out of Cairo, Georgia. Make some noise for Mitchell Harrison. That is yours, my friend. You earned that.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the world-famous Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch for the 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by Amsoil. And here at the Dude Ranch this year, man, a rather historical nation. Not only 32 years of racing, Jason Wygant, but we're looking at our first time ever live streaming.
Yeah, I think you folks know the drill, how this race works, but you maybe haven't seen it before unless you've had the pleasure to come and actually drive or fly here. So now we're going to bring it to you live. We're just wrapping up a 450B Moto right now, and you know how it works. Yeah. It's the best of the best. You got to qualify to make your way in, and that means every class you'll see on RacerTV this week is going to offer some great racing.
It most certainly is, and you know, a lot of folks sitting at home right now have probably never seen what Loretta Lynn's racetrack looks like. So let's take a look at it on our track map.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the track here at Loretta Lynn Ranch. I've been racing here since 1982. Since well before that, horses and cows are basically grazing on the land. So you got some good dirt, and then we lay it down here at the famous right-hand first turn, one of the fastest you'll see. Through the twisties, you really can make up ground if you get a bad start through this section. And then what we like to call in the announcer's tower, the long short shoot. Not the short long shoot, and then the toughest section of the track, the infamous 10 Commandments. The rhythm is going to change to this section each and every moto all week long. This little twister here, Mark Peters and the track builders put a lot of jumps on the inside of these corners. See another one here on this right-hander. Again, so the lines will change throughout the day. This is a section we call Storyland back here. Make this left-hand turn. It's a bit of a supercross type section. You got a table and a couple of jumps. Some riders will be able to triple into that on the bigger bikes in the faster classes. Through here, they've dropped in a lot of sand. You see that Red Bull Energy Station on the right side? It's almost like a sand track through this area. Make a right-hand turn. You'll be just out of view for a moment. Real tight back here to set you up for this run of a rhythm lane. They'll actually jump into the face of that tabletop. Now it's the Red Bull Beach. It gets really chopped up. You'll see riders trying the outside, working the edges as the day goes on. This is the final corner. Set up one last pass, couple of routine doubles, and then a real tricky rhythm section here. That's actually a tunnel which feeds the infield right here. Some of the riders are able to jump over the top of that. And the famous billboards, left-hand turn under the Red Bull arch. It's the mechanics area back here. They're the only ones that can see you. And then you hook back onto the start straight. That is a lap at Loretta Lynn Ranch. Let's send it up to the tower.
Thanks a lot, Jason. We're back up here in the tower and on the gate our Open Pros 4-class from Ferry, North Carolina.
56 of Colt Tickle. From Springbrook, Pennsylvania, the 57 of Dakota Yo. From Marietta, California, the 64 of Thomas Covington. From Eastern Pennsylvania, the 72 of Robert Piazza. From Greer, South Carolina, the 76 of Jefferson Weingar. From Cairo, Georgia, the 77 of Paul Coates. From Richard, North Carolina, the 78 of Alec Forte. Wheatland, California, the 79 of Troy Garfunder. From Huntington, Maryland, this 80 of Cole Robbins. Montgomery, New York sends us the 82 of Jay Weller. Lake City, Minnesota, 83 of Nicholson Jackson. From Howell, Michigan, the 89 of Travis Thompson. From Eversburg, Michigan, the 91 of Dylan Feeney. The 92 of Sean Cunningham from Knoxville, Tennessee. The number 12 of Stephen Bertucci from Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Daniel Baker from Critiker, Kentucky on an 18 machine. The 19 of Michael Doherty from Jamestown, North Carolina. McDonald, Pennsylvania, the 21 of Jason McConnell Jr. From Codiez, Georgia, the 22 of Carlos Vidal Jr. The 23 ride of Chris Howe from Spokane Valley, Washington. From Lompoc, California, the 24 of Tyler W. Intikanat. From Vascalea, California, the 25 of Kyle Tegred. The 26 machine of Michael Hall from Morgantown, North Carolina. From Canton, North Carolina, 27 of Shane McElrath. The 30 of Blake Rachasi. There you've got R.J. Hampshire. Also, Chads Braden from Marion, Iowa, the 36 machine. Brad Majeski, we've seen him before. From Carthage, North Carolina, on the 37 machine, the 2 card is up. Nick Fratz Orr out there on the 38, Fincher the 39, Scott Clark the 40, Walker the 41, Myers 44, Mononite the 46, Stubberg 47, Guzman the 48 machine, Kediak 49, the 52 of Cade Clayson, and the 54 of Andrew Bristol, Jason Wygant. We are off and going Open Pro Sport.
This might be the most loaded class of the week, and it's Bishalia instantly to the front. MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot for the Factory Connection Honda kit of the 95. This class has got the big players. You got Bishalia, McElrath, Covington, Coates, Hampshire. This is going to be fun to watch. They're headed to the long short shoot, the 95, trying to control it.
McElrath out there as well. We've seen him at the Monster Energy Cup. That guy is just on fire, just popped up with loads of energy and out there making a statement. But keep an eye on that rider, R.J. Hampshire. He's under watchful eye of Tim Ferry.
Yeah.
And those guys, they know how to build riders that come out of that Brookswood, Dade City area.
I think that might be Hampshire back there in the number 2 position, trying to keep the heat on Bishalia. Now, Bishalia has been one of the big hitters in the amateur ranks for a long time. Hampshire has really come into his own in the last year or so. And let's see what he's got. Can he run with the 95? He sure can. He's actually closed up on him from second. Going to put a challenge to them in the rain, by the way. We had perfect weather this morning. It is going to be a true test now. Look at Hampshire all over Bishalia.
Well, they got a group of riders out at Brooksville. You know, you've got Yoho and his facility down there at Dade City. You've got Kenny Keelan and all that whole crew, Kyle Keelan, and there's this Tim Ferry that lives over there. And then you've got Chad Reed. So there's all kinds of stuff happening down there at Brooksville. And right now, RJ Hampshire making a statement, says, hey, I'm not going away here. Look out. Bobbles a little bit, goes to the inside, but keeps it under composure.
We've got the full crew up here. Wes Kane, myself, Jason Wygant, Kevin Kelly handling the podium there, that moto. Rodney Tomlin going to be helping us out also. Here's your battle, lap 1 in the books of Open Pro Sport. It'll be a 20-minute moto. Bishalia out of Texas in the lead. Hampshire, the Floridian, right behind him. Here comes the rest of the field. Got Michael Doherty in the number 3 spot. McElrath is in 4th. Cadlick is 5th. Paul Coates 6th. Tyler Enticknap is 7th. Put the radar out for the 64 of Covington. He's 12th on lap 1. Remember, the gate picks at Loretta's for Moto 1 are determined randomly. You pick the old spoon out of the bucket. So even some of the fastest riders in qualifying end up with a bad gate pick. It's just picked at random. Maybe that's what struck Covington. A couple of mistakes out of Bishalia, but he still actually put a little distance between himself and Hampshire there into the 10 commandments. Well, you can add the corner before and after. That'd be the other, now we're up to 12. The Baker's dozen commandments, if we add that jump after it.
Here he comes out here, Bishalia now, and you got to keep your eye on RJ Hampshire. Top 10 look like this. Michael Hall in 10th, Cade Clayson in 9th, Dylan Walker in 8th, Tyler Enticknap 7th, Paul Coates 6th, Gavin Claydick 5th, Shane McElrath in 4th, Michael Doherty in 3rd. There's RJ Hampshire, and a gaggle of riders now back there at about 7th, all the way back to 15th, trying to make their way out there in this pro sport. There's your leader right there. It's Matt Bishalia. Bishalia looks good as he heads through the twisties right past the Motorcycle Superstore horse shot. Comes out of the trees now and heads his way down a long short chute. Drags that big, long, lanky leg as he heads his way down to the 10 Commandments.
Rider right now on the move seems to be the 5th place ride there, Wes Kane, the 77 of Paul Coates. We see him pulling up on the rear of Michael Doherty right now. Doherty posting up a 2:02.720. Looks like a little bit of a mistake as he dropped back to about 3 seconds now behind McElrath, who is running in the number 3 spot. And Coates is trying to capitalize on that. In the meantime, he's also putting some real estate between himself and the 6th place ride, the 49 of Gavin Cadlick. Cade Clayson back there in the number 7 spot with Mike Hall in 8th. 9th is Tom Covington aboard the number 64, and Andrew Bristol rounds out the top 10.
Here comes your leader now out of Storyland. You can see him now as he heads toward the twisties right by the Red Bull Energy Relief Station. It's going to be your leader, Matt Bishalia. Hand salutes the Red Bull arches, but he's still under attack by the 33 ride of RJ Hampshire.
Well, welcoming everyone once again along the World Wide Web here at Loretta Lynn Live as we are making history here this week with RacerTV.com, broadcasting to the world and the masses, of course, not only here at the ranch, but across the entire globe. And right now you are witnessing history in the making. Loretta Lynn MX Live. Whenever you're tweeting out there, use that hashtag. And as the week progresses, we might have a few prizes that we might be able to start divvying out to you as well. But welcoming you once again as we are in the midst right now of our Open Pro Sport, our first day of streaming from here at the ranch.
Hey, we need just attention, please. We need Jose Maldonado. Jose Maldonado, second in 250C. We need Jose to come back to the impound area next to the podium. That's where you park the bikes after your race. Jose Maldonado, second place, 250C. Head down to the impound area with your Moto medal.
Well, as expected, the battle for fourth place that was heating up out there with the 19 of Doherty and the 77 of Coates. Well, it goes by the wayside as the 77 of Coates makes the pass now on Doherty out of South Africa, who got a really good start and jump here in the early part of the Moto, holding on to a solid top 5 position right now, turning a 2:06.116. A big mistake made there, and he better watch out what's coming up behind him right now. About 5 seconds off the pace, about 4 seconds faster, at least that lap, was the 52 of Kate Clayson back in the number 6 position. Tom Covington, the number 64, there's a rider we're going to want to keep an eye on the rest of this one, I believe, as well. Starting out way back in the top 10, right around 10th place, has now moved himself up into the number 7 position aboard the number 64.
It's still Matt Bisceglia leads the charge out there. You can watch him as these riders now. There he is. There's the 95 of Matt Bisceglia now as he heads his way down through the Red Bull arches. Keep your eye on him through the sweeper turn right here by the ski beach, and you can see all the spectators there out of the Red Bull release station. And you got to give it up to the number 33, R.J. Hampshire, actually keeping them honest out there. But here comes the 27 of Shane McElrath. There's your leader right there. You can see him hop, skipping, and jumping now as he makes his way by the announcer's tower. Over the tunnel jump, it is the 95 ride of Matt Bisceglia with a 4-second deficit. Behind the billboard now, you can see rain, just misting rain now as he pops by that Yamaha pit-board area where all the mechanics are. It's Bisceglia showing true championship form here in the Open Pro Sport. Through the tree line, you can see him now, right out of there down the short chute. The 95 of Bisceglia, and look, even though it's misting rain, you can still see along the tree line. The fans are still 6-8 deep along the fences to watch this Open Pro Sport extravaganza. Into the 10 Commandments, hop, skipping, and jumping, kind of peppers right across the top of them, kind of like we've seen a Mike LaRocco do a few times before in the early years. There's Bisceglia, a little bit of bobble there, but able to keep his composure as he heads back over those double, kind of a rough section back through Storyland.
I'll tell you where the real race is right now. Keeping an eye right now on Kate Clayson. He just posted up a 2:03.8 and pulled to within a second now of Michael Doherty to break into the top 5 back there. Doherty dropping to a 2:07.8 that time around. And with an 8.5 second gap between himself and Coates, I think Doherty may be getting a little comfortable, not realizing that Clayson is making the move up through the pack right now.
Now as he heads his way out of Storyland, there he is, the 95. You're getting a good look at him. He's a Red Bull pilot. It is the 95 of Matt Bisceglia, the Texas native now. Got the old whip and chair out, trying to tame the field out there. But you got to stay on your A game. You never count out Michael Doherty, Paul Coates, Shane McElrath, and R.J. Hampshire up in the mix.
Battle to watch, see if we can get the cameras focused on the 19, the green Kawasaki, and the 52 of Kate Clayson. They are 5th and 6th. They are in a duel right now. So 19 of Doherty and the 52 of Clayson. Clayson trying to move forward. Coates has secured 4th, ahead of them on 77. McElrath 3rd. I don't know if McElrath have time to try to make a run at Hampshire. In fact, the lap time, Hampshire just stepped it up. Just ran his best lap of the race. So I think Hampshire is going to be secure. With this rain coming down, it makes you wonder what the conditions are going to be like. A lot of sand brought into the track this year. There's some sections that almost resemble a regular old sand track, which is impressive considering this is all built on clay. They brought in that much sand. That will hold the water better than the clay, but the entire track isn't covered in sand. Some of these rutted sections, you see Bisceglia, your leader, just making a few little mistakes here and there. It's been raining for about a half hour now, so at this point I've got to think it's made an impact on the track. What do you think, Wes Kane, about the rain? Do you think that's been a factor?
Absolutely, it's a factor out there. And some of these riders did have time to get the goggles out there, but still, it changes up. It becomes tacky. It becomes greasy, slick in some areas. So it is definitely a factor out there, but not a factor right now for our leader, and that's going to be Matt Bisceglia as he comes down in line and heads into Storyland. You got to give a little shout out there. Doherty having some issues out there. He drops back. Covington now getting on his trusty steed and working his way up into the top 5.
Bad start for Covington in this one. 64 on the Kawasaki is now up to 6th. He's got to try to salvage something to stay in the mix points-wise for the next 3 motos. But here is Matt Bisceglia out of Texas. hangs out at the Master Pool Ranch down there and came out with force last season, battled it out tooth and nail with Cooper Webb in the B class. Webb, of course, has graduated to the pro ranks. Bisceglia stayed in, raced A. He'll be racing pro in a little over a week at Unadilla. He'll make his debut at the Lucas Oil Nationals, but right now he's got to focus on one thing and one thing only. A couple more titles at the ranch. Worry about the pros later. What a way to start the week. There is 64. We had to find him. Digging deep right now. Covington through the mud to try to just salvage a top 5. And he's got the 19 of Doherty right behind him. That's the decision maker. Now a right-hand turn. They're going to head back toward the Red Bull Beach. A couple of singles and a table. There's Doherty in the 19 with Covington right ahead of him. So Covington is 6th. Clayson is 5th. Coates 4th. McElrath 3rd. Hampshire 2nd. This is what you got to do. Got to be a junk man here, West Kane, to get the bad gate pick. Covington, you got to try to salvage something.
That's right, and them is the guys that we're looking for out there. You know, everybody likes to win or get out front, do your job, but it's that guy that can kind of do it from all aspects, whatever you're dealt with. It's easy to say, oh, I got a bad start, I finished up 5th or whatever, but you know, we got to see you get down and dig deep. That's what I'm looking at. That guy back there that's got the self-fortitude to get dealt a bad gate pick, fall down, crash, come back, and fight for a top 5 finish.
Going past that Yamaha Mechanics area is Covington with Doherty still right behind him. Only about a second and a half between those riders in 6th and 7th. Back to our leader, Bisceglia. You got a lot of pressure on you nowadays when you're riding for that Factory Connection Honda team. Pretty much everyone they've brought through that program, we know the success they've had in the pro ranks, but they've all also been dominant as amateurs. We're talking Kennard, Barsha, Wharton, Tomac, Zach Bell last year, Justin Bogle, now Bisceglia, and he's got a pretty good tail gunner on the program too with Jordan Smith in the B class. So you're on this team, you're expected to perform, and so far the pressure has not gotten to Bisceglia. He's pulled a gap of 4.5 seconds over Hampshire.
Here's your leader once more now. It's the 95. He's going to come right down in front of the announcer's tower. There's the 95 over the tunnel jump, hop, skipping and jumping now like a Pop-Tart out of a toaster. It's 95 of Matt Bisceglia now as he comes down in front of the billboard. There's more goggles by riders, just throwing them off, you know. It's not really a quagmire yet. I just don't know. Some of these pro sport riders, they know the game. And a lot of guys bring extra goggles. You got to stack them up, get these things ready, waterproof, have that set ready to go. We've seen on a Moto earlier, I don't know why they're not prepared enough yet.
Well, they don't want to run the roll-offs unless they absolutely have to, because you don't get quite as wide of field of vision with them. I'm going to head down to the podium and talk to potentially our top 3. It's going to be Bisceglia, Hampshire, and McElrath, but with the rain coming down, you never know.
Working their way under the Honda banner there. RJ Hampshire still within striking distance at 3 seconds back of our leader, number 95, and there's the yellow flags. They are out. Who was that put down? There's your leader still up, the number 95, but check it out. I thought something fishy was going on. Hampshire is on top of him now. There he is. Less than a second now, new life for the number 95, and there he is, Hampshire in that green gear, sitting right behind the number 95 of Matt Bisceglia. This picture has changed. There's lap riders everywhere. Bisceglia now really frantically trying to get around these guys. And Hampshire is locked in. Oh, and he almost goes down. He cross runs, and Hampshire barely able to keep it on 2 wheels. And there's just a little bit of breathing room for the number 95 of Matt Bisceglia, who works his way around the big sandy sweeper with that green gear, the red bike. The number 33 of RJ Hampshire has drawn very close to the number 95 of Matt Bisceglia. He's coming, folks. Lap number 7 now, lap 8 in the books. And RJ Hampshire wants a piece of number 95. We've still got at least 2 more laps to go. Hampshire has time. In front of the billboards we go. Popping back out by the mechanics area. That is a nasty rut. Another bobble there by the number 95. Another bobble by number 33, Hampshire. So this track is getting rough and tumble now, folks. the Motocross Superstore big sweeper there as they finally open things back up, heading down towards the 10 Commandments in a couple of turns. Lapped riders everywhere. A pair of Honda riders, 1, 2. Lapped riders abound here. Bashelia's gonna have to work his way around the Kawasaki now. Matt pulls up along the inside, the number 95, in tow, the 33 right there with him. Into the 10 Commandments we go. And here comes Hampshire. He has got to run on Bachelia. I mean, not even a bike link separate Bachelia and Hampshire as they go into Storyland. The 95 Honda, the 33 Honda. Here they come, folks. Those of you watching at home on the RacerTV.com broadcast, you are in for a doozy. The Pro Sport, it's the last stop for Bachelia before he goes pro. And he is going to have to deal with RJ Hampshire. And those are beautiful trees, folks. Another look now at the motocross track. The number 95, able to make it through unscathed. Popping out of Storyland, now heads towards the Red Bull sweeper. Pop top on a Red Bull. He's sponsored by Red Bull. It's all good. There's Hampshire. He is all business, man. Kid came to life this November at the Mini Olympics, sneaking out with a couple of motos. The Spring Nationals, he did the same thing, and now he has been under the watchful eye of a lot of folks here in the industry. Very interested to see how RJ's going to do this summer.
Amazing how we see those pushes come from these riders late in the moto, and you know that this is how they train and this is what they look for. Position themselves for this particular incident right here late in the moto, and that is to push it as hard as you can right down to the checkers. And again, fortunately, those that don't know, the weather conditions here this week so much cooler than they have been traditionally as far as this week in July and August. It's normally humid and hot and just unbearable, but right now we got perfect temperatures and perfect racing conditions and what seems to be a perfect ride for some guys out there.
We've got a perfect scenario for an awesome last lap. The white flag is out, number 95. Look at Bachelia. He's got 2 lapped riders. He's got the leg out, the outrigger, and Hampshire is trying to sneak in there right with him. Hampshire has to strike now. He needs to wait on one of those riders to hold up Bachelia and then shoot it right in there.
Lap traffic seems to be moving out of the way okay for these guys as they try to thread some needles through some of the tighter sections of the track. Leaders now heading into that 10 Commandment section, and once again, Bachelia grabs a little bit of a comfort zone there. We're looking at nearly 2 seconds as they roll into the 10 Commandments.
Now they work their way back towards the part of the racetrack we call Storyville, and Bachelia continues to race with riders that are a lap down. They don't know. They're just going to keep charging hard. The number 95 Amsoil Factory Connection rider with about a minute and a half worth of work left here on this white flag lap. There he is, the leader, chewing his way around this racetrack. It is so rough and gnarly out there. We don't work it a lot. We'll water it and we'll smooth some dangerous spots out, but we leave this thing with some teeth in it. We want you to have to earn it.
That's it. It's truly a national championship caliber track, and one that it's kind of funny when people walk in sometimes say, what, this is on a big flat piece of ground. This track isn't going to, and then all of a sudden it turns into Loretta Lynn's national track. And I tell you, Matt Bachelia taking this one basically wire to wire after grabbing the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award out there is still continuing to hold on to the lead as we're
about 10 seconds away. This is it. Checker flag going to fly here, folks, for the Amsoil Factory Connection Red Bull rider, Matt Bachelia, will lock down the win. And it got close, but every time the challenge was sent to him, he answered. Looks back over his shoulder, says, I got this. Got 2 more to go, boys.
Well, Hampshire's left with this a lot to think about heading into Moto 2. We saw some good push out of him and a good ride, and you know he's going to be comparing a lot of lap times and could have done this, should have done that. Shane McElrath checking in the number 3 position as he's only about 4.4 seconds back behind the 2nd place position. Then Paul Coates looks like he's going to hang on to, I believe, that 4th place position. But wow, what a gap we saw open up from our top 3 back to 4th place position. Over 30 seconds, Kevin Kelly, as those guys really laid down some major lap times out there.
Yeah, that's what happens when guys are actually going for the win. Those 3 kids, Bachelia, Hampshire, and McElrath, all wanted to win. They all have the speed to do it. And we'll look for a better start out of McElrath so he doesn't have to slice through the field as did he and Hampshire to get up to 3rd and 2nd respectively. Bachelia was your winner. Coates finishes 4th place in his 5th. Covington climbs up to the 6th spot. And now we will toss it down to our podium with Jason Wygant, who has our winner. Take it away, Jason Wygant.
Jason getting the colors of the medallions figured out down there, I think, right now, huh, Jason?
Absolutely. Yeah, how about that? Okay, gold and bronze do not look alike. We are down here on the podium with our winner, and he does it the right way, right from the start. Going to pick up $100 from the motorcyclesuperstore.com and a gold medal for winning Open Pro Sport Moto 1. Let's hear it for Matt Bisceglia. All right, Matt, I know you go out here a winner. That's an awfully good way to start it.
Yeah, no, that was fun, man. I actually drew third gate pick, and I was so stoked about that, man. I knew it was just on from there, and I think the best I've ever picked here besides that is 10 and then like a 26, so I was so pumped to get third. And then 1 and 2 didn't show up, so I got first gate pick. Wow. That's something you don't hear every day at Loretta's, but, you know, it started to rain a little bit while the moto before us was on the line, and, you know, I grew up in Oregon. You know, I was confident with my bike, and I was confident in the mud. You know, I gapped a good little lead until I got into lappers, and you know, you come around and they don't really know you're not racing them first position, so they tried to hold you off a little bit. And just like last year, I got held up in them pretty bad, but I got through them as good as I could, and just took the win. And I'm really pumped on that.
How bad is the track with the rain right now, or is it actually still fairly tacky?
You know, it's not that bad, but it's really slick out there right now. So. It's right on the edge of muddy and good, so hopefully the rain will hold off and it'll miss us, and we can just keep on having a great week of racing. First of all, the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, my mechanic, Glenn and Ryan, everybody at Amsoil Factory Connection Honda, Ziggy, Jeff, Mike, Brandon, Mike, Punk Rock, man, just everybody, the whole team, Fox Racing, Red Bull, Jeremy Malott and Mario. Hedgie for hooking me up with some roll-offs for that moto. That probably saved me. If I wouldn't have had any goggles, I don't know what I would have done. But yeah, Amsoil Factory Connection Honda, Red Bull, Fox, Oakley, Dunlop, Pro Taper, Yoshimura, Hinson, Twin Air, Planet Fitness, Vortex Ignitions, Soul Republic Headphones, DVS, Dano for coming out this week. You know, just all my sponsors. Thank you so much. It's a long list, but you know, I'm doing what I love and I'm having fun out here, and I was just glad to get one out of the way and first race jitters, and happy to get off of that one and go to the next one tomorrow.
Let's congratulate your Moto 1 winner, Matt Bisceglia. And we're going to look for our second place finisher, the number 33 of RJ Hampshire. I'll tell you what, it's been a great couple of months for this guy, really putting himself on the map as one of the players. And he puts in another good ride here, a silver medal. Let's hear it for RJ Hampshire. That was good. You challenged Bisceglia for the lead a little bit. Are you happy with it?
You know, yeah, I'm happy, but I know I still have more. You know, that was completely my fault. I rode so tight the first 3 laps and just couldn't hold on, couldn't charge, and just look for some lines, ended up finding some pretty good lines, and, you know, just started putting them together. But, you know, I'm just looking forward for the 250 class in Moto 2.
300 searing degrees.
Of course, Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. Mom, my dad, my whole family out here supporting me. Eric Ronald and his whole family, you know, I couldn't be here without them. SK, Alias, Factory Connection.
You're on your own, apparently.
Yeah, Ethica, Planet Fitness, 6D, Tiger Designs, Carport Empire, Atlantic Powder Coating. You know, it's everyone that's helped me out. I couldn't be here without you guys.
All right, let's hear it for RJ Hampshire, silver medalist, Pro Sport Moto 1, and our third place finisher on the Lucas Oil Troy Lee Honda. We're going to bring him up. Looking for the number 27. It's another guy who put himself on the map more recently last year with a banner set of performances in his motos. Now he's got the good support from the Troy Lee team, and he's putting it to work. Third place in this moto. Let's hear it for the number 27, Shane McElrath. First of all, how you feel coming into this one? I heard, is there an injury coming in? Are you 100%? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, at Mammoth, I separated my shoulder, and I've only been back on the bike for a little over a week, and it wasn't going good at first. My shoulder was really weak, and I didn't really feel good. But then the last 2 days before I came here, they turned right around, and that was at the end of the week last week. And so coming in, like, I knew that my shoulder wasn't going to be a problem, and just didn't have it together that first moto, but that was my fault, and didn't get a very good start either. So just, I know where I'm at now, and I know what I can do and what I need to do. So
be better from here on out. Who do you want to thank, Shane?
Just everything to the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm up here for him. I've been really struggling the last couple weeks, and he's helped me through a lot. And the whole Troy Lee Design, Lucas Oil, Red Bull, Honda team, just everybody over there and everybody at Club MX, they're always behind me. They're pretty much like my family, and all my family and friends here. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him. Third place in the Moto 27, Shane McElrath. Definitely in title contention in the 3-moto format. That was a great race there in Open Pro Sport. We'll send it back up to the tower for our next one.
All right, back to business here. Race number 13 coming up, the 85 9 to 11.
300 searing degrees. 750 pounds of metal twisting torque. 900 hard charging horses. You will never punish your motor oil like this. But it's good to know you could. AMSOIL. Push it to the limit.
Cullen Park, 43. Tanner Amaryllis, he's rider number 44. Cody Charbonneau, 45. Levi Kitchen, 47. Brighton Carroll, 48. Devin Stoddard, 49. Taylor Grelt, number 50. Downtown Pierce Brown, number 63. Elliott Queen, 66. Cole Miller, he's rider number 70. Austin Daniels, number 71. Brandon Wolf, number 72. Joe Cordigiano, number 73. Palmer Neely, rider number 77. 78 is Clay Quick. Garrett Marshbanks, we've seen this young man. He's a stud, number 82. Isaiah Clark, rider number 83. Rush Chapman, number 84. Caden Niffing, number 85. Brian Borgasani, rider number 91. Hunter Santo, 94. Gage Fisher, number 97. Lance Kobush, number 98. And Hayden Earhart out of Concord, North Carolina, is rider number 99. That is your field here in the race. Locked and loaded on the gate. Kids back there doing some jumping jacks, kind of getting warmed up there, getting loose. You don't want to pull a hammy. Carter Halpayne in the mix there, getting his last-minute instructions from his general, Ryan Holiday, and the rest of the crew there from Team Green, Monster Energy, Kawasaki. The call down to the boys. Light them up, son. The goggles come out of the bags. 47 tear-offs. They are ready to go. And the rest of the gang going to roll up. The sight lap comes, and they'll take a good, long look at this racetrack. And, man, we've had some time to smooth some of these ruts up for these young men here in this 85 9 to 11 class. It's Moto number 13. Again, I want to welcome everyone listening at home or watching at home on RacerTV.com. Jason Wygant down on the podium. Wes Kane, Kevin Kelly here in the booth, and that young man's having a rough day, number 78, trying to start that motorcycle. That's a bad feeling when you see your dad kicking like crazy on the motorcycle. Now, the dance begins down there on the starting gate. All the dads with their steel-toed boots down there trying to make something out of that dirt. Make sure little Johnny Blue Jean gets off the gate with a good start there. So a lot of times just nervous rituals going on down there trying to pass the time because you're sitting there waiting for your son, check the lap, comes back in, hey, how do you think? What do you think? How you feeling? I'm feeling like a 29th, Dad. Is that good? No, it's not. I want you to win. A sight lap, the yellow flags are out. Kids kind of check the track out. Again, we did some smoothing on several portions of the racetrack. Got that box scrape out there. Sam Gammons, proprietor of the Muddy Creek AMA Pro National, out there tooling around out there, smoothing some parts up on the racetrack. There's a look at some of our guys out there. There's the number 73 on his little KTM. That is Joe Cordigiano. And the rest of the boys filing through. Sight laps a part of every moto here at the ranch. You're going to do 3 motos here, and you get 3 sight laps because there may be a couple of days in between your races. So these sight laps serve as a chance to kind of get the blood flowing and a chance for you to kind of take a look at the racetrack. Make sure you know where all the bumps, turns, the ruts, and everything, how they lay out for you. You better know where the turns are. You're in big trouble if you're doing a sight lap. You don't know where the turns are. But that's what Monday's for. That's right. We had a full day of practice yesterday, and today marks the beginning of the 3-moto format. Seen some goofy things happen on sight laps. Seen guys go down, tip overs, missing motos, getting stuck in the mud, and man, you spend a lot of money to get here and to lose it on a sight lap.
Sometimes chains pop, the little gremlins come out, your radar cap pops off, shows up, hey, Dad, I don't know where it's at. Where's he going to find one of those at on the gate?
Not going to happen. You got 2 minutes to figure something out. Ain't happening.
No, hey, if it's a Kawasaki, you just hop over the fence and take one off the display bikes.
Ryan
Holiday goes, where are you going with that?
I'm going to win a moto.
Yeah, get out of here.
See you at the podium. I'll give it back to you there. The Team Green pit's located, 15 feet from the rear of the starting gate, so that's a good thing for the Team Green riders. Like I said, they'll just hop the fence, go snack a part from Doug, and get back on the racetrack.
Well, one year, you know, in the 250B class, Ryan Sipes was out there, and we looked down the gate, and there comes Jeff Chambers over the fence, kicking and kicking and kicking and getting the bike started. Seemed like he tried to seat the clutch. He gave the bike to Ryan Sipes, and the guy went and won 3 motos in a row.
How about
and
that?
It's like,
last minute, just
why did Jeff Chambers have to come over and help him?
Start your bike.
You know,
the weirdest things happen to your bikes here too, man.
The only reason I said that because I had my rider on the gate,
right
and I was like,
right?
yeah.
You go all year long and nothing happens to your bike. You come here, you'll break a brake rotor. I mean, this stuff never happens. You don't ever break brake rotors. It will here.
Oh, that's the irony of what happens here. The 3-moto format, we see guys come in here, go 1-1, and end up 30th in the last moto. Right there.
Nick Gaines.
How many? Right
Nick
there.
Gaines in that turn on a 65.
5 feet from the finish line. It happens.
There's the number 98 coming across there. Lance Kobush, he's looking to redeem himself from an earlier motor.
Kobush was way back. His dad told me, he said, hey, he was dead last the first lap, but he came in and salvaged.
Oh, I know.
He got a 10th. He wasn't happy, but, you know, that little guy, he wears his heart on his sleeve. I'm sure he went back. He wiped that moto off, and now it's a new day.
Feel sorry for those kids. He's probably going to take it out on them. Just go out there and win by 43 seconds. Lance Kobush. We've been watching this kid for
I've seen
5
him.
years.
We've seen him win his first title. It was just a little size of like a piece of popcorn
on a PW
out
with
at
a
Lake
black
Whitney.
jet fighter helmet.
And then here he come in there. Hey, I'm Lance Kobush. I just want to. What did I win? What is going on
I get
here?
a trophy. What am I doing?
I'm breathing on him. I'm like lurking over him. Hey man, you just won a title.
I'm 7.
What?
You're weird. Get out of here, old man.
Hey, but we had a great, you know, me and his family, great. You start building these relationships, you know, and you see them and they graduate and they go. You go hang out at a Supercross Outdoor National and they're there hanging out, you know, and it's pretty fun, you know, to see these guys go through these ranks and get to the top of the pinnacle of career. You know, when you're at the pinnacle, you can become a high roller. When you exceed that, then you're like Lance Kobush, high roller in a few more years.
There you go. Moto number 13, all set to go. The sight lap is done. Dad's been packing the gate. We'll rack them back up, put them on the gate, and check that soil out, man. We put some beautiful white beach sand in behind and in front of the gate. There's Tony Morris. We're all zoomed in. He will turn the card sideways, and that's when we're going racing, folks. 85, 9-11. In business now. Open for business. The open sign is on there.
Here they come, going down to the Motorcycle Superstore hole shot, and who's it going to be? As they rip down through the trees, the little twisties over there, shucking and jiving as they work their way through.
Oh, look out,
Styles Robertson.
This kid has had a good year. We were talking about him earlier in the week. Styles is back.
I'm Styles Robinson. Nice to meet you.
He's one of the coolest little dudes out of Bakersfield, California. I mean, California cool if there ever was one. He's just a good time to hang out with on the number 25 Team Green Kawasaki. Another few kids from Bakersfield include Jet Reynolds and Ryder DiFrancesco. I'm talking about some bad dudes on mini bikes in Bakersfield, California. In that number 2 spot, the number 11 of Grant Harlan out of Roanoke, Texas. He is 12 years old, and he wants a piece of Styles Robertson. The 3rd place rider, look at him. There he is, the assassin, number 98. Lance Kobush redeeming himself with a good start so far. Here they come, the Kawasaki rider. Styles Robertson and Grant Harlan wanting a piece of him. Kobush in the mix there too on the number 98 Cowie. Look at Styles with a name like that. I mean, I know we say it all the time. Kids, he's got style. Blaze and Styles and Cruz. There they go. Just past the Red Bull Energy Station there. And Styles Robertson about to put a lap in the books. Going to swing nice and wide there. He almost gave up the ghost there. Styles going super wide. That would have been wide in another turn. He was so wide, he was in another part of the track basically. Almost off the racetrack. Styles just about gave up that inside line to Harlan. And here they come, the buzzy bees here. Got those hand guards out there. Gonna go cut a few laps there in those trees. We have a GNCC here as well on the property, so as soon as he's over, got to slap that IMS tank on there and go put about 20 miles on the bike. Harlan's not going anywhere, Wes.
He's doing a Harlan shake out there, running back in second, but here comes the rest of the field in tow. There he is, Styles Robinson now. Hand salutes the mechanics area and works his way now through the tree line, and he leads the charge. Meanwhile, it's going to be Grant Harlan in second. There's little Lance Kobush in third. Carson Mumford, he's no stranger to winning here.
Not at all.
And being a factor in any of these races, any competition, is Mumford back in fourth.
Ryan Holiday's going to have to make it rain Team Green contingency because he's got 3 of the 4 riders up front. And look at this. You're right. Good pointing out of Garrett Marchbanks sitting back in the number 11 spot again. Bad starts plaguing Garrett Marchbanks. And just like last time, I don't know. These kids are, all the front runners are top shelf kids. So I don't know if Marchbanks can spot them 10 positions.
Well, this is what you say. How good are we? This is a gauge. I mean, this whole machine of the amateur ranks, you know, you go from year to year to year, you start building this. That where you see what you're made of. Are they whole shot getters? They get great starts and they just win because of there's a couple little things. I always like an underdog situation. I want to see how good you really are when the chips are not in your favor. And right now, Marchbanks is back there in 11, so let's just see what he can salvage as he works his way. But it's still early on, Kevin. We're only on lap number 2.
Yeah, we'll try to keep up with the number 82 Kawasaki rider back in the number 11 spot. And we'll let you know how Garrett's doing. That's Garrett Marchbanks. He was a winner earlier in the morning. And Harlan is having to deal with Kobush and Mumford. They are all over him off the side of the track. Look out. That's the 2 Kawasaki teammates.
Tanner Amaryllis back there as well. Elliott Queen, Parker Mashberg now making a little bit. And Marchbanks is on the move, marching his way back. He's just knocking on a door right outside the top 10. Mumford, Kobush, Harlan, and Robinson, top 4, leading the field.
That's right. Here comes your leader, number 25, Styles Robertson. Grant Harlan hanging on for dear life on the number 11 KTM. As you can see, he'll enter the shot every now and again with that orange KTM for those of you watching at home on RacerTV. Behind the billboards we go. Our leader pops out the mechanics board. Those ruts are deep enough to swallow those motorcycles up. Now you see them, the feet just dabbing. If that was a trials event, they'd all point out right there. They touched 900 times coming out of that.
Hey, here we go. We're looking good out there, but meanwhile, it's Styles Robinson. He's starting to get a little gap now. He pulled a little bit of a gap on Grant Harlan. Harlan back there battling with Mumford, Kobush, and now Jalik Swall trying to come up into the mix. But they're bringing along Mashburn, and there's Marchbanks, which now just breaks into the top 10. He was back in 13th. Now he jumps into 9th. Kevin, still plenty of time. Keep an eye on Marchbanks, just hovering around the top 10. But Styles Robinson, Harlan, and Mumford definitely putting on the show.
Absolutely. The one kid to watch out for, fastest lap on the racetrack, was the number 35 KTM in the number 5 spot, Jalik Swall. And now look at that. Harlan gets passed by Carson Mumford, and Mumford now going after his teammate, the 22 Kawasaki, wanting a piece of the 25 of Styles Robertson. As they come out of Storyland, we have got a brawl happening right here, folks.
A Pier 6 brawl, a battle royale erupts here. Fisticuffs left and right. In the 85, 9, and 11, Styles Robinson, Mumford, Harlan, Kobush, Swall, and here comes Mashburn and Marchbanks.
Back around the Red Bull sweeper we go. We'll pick it up with the stylish Styles Robertson, the number 25 on the Team Green Monster Kawasaki. Hey, welcome to the show, fella. Guy's got his head in the shot every time. All right. Grant Harlan now will slip back 1 spot. Carson Mumford sits in the number 2 spot. And again, he gives up the really outside line there. I'm not sure about that line. I know it may be less dangerous for him. You don't want to go down. But look at that. The shot there shows you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kids on the same straightaway here. This thing's getting serious. Jarrett Fry wants in on this thing.
It's not a gap. Oh, 2-rider. 1 rider gets pelted off his bike as he comes over
that was
the
Harlan.
Kawasaki Camelback.
Was that the number 11 of Grant Harlan? So here comes your leaders again, hitting the stripe, lap number 3, the 25 Monster Energy Kawasaki rider out of Bakersfield, California. It's the number 25 of Styles Robertson. Grant Harlan goes down on that KTM, and he's going to hand off a few passes and positions. Carson Mumford now and Jalik Swall. They want to get in the game here. By the mechanics area they go, Wes Kane.
I tell you who's getting in the game right now. It's that he's moved up into 7th, Garrett Marchbanks. He's got a lot of time on his side right now. Cool, calm, and collected as a cucumber. He didn't get the start that he needed,
but now he is on a charge to the front. But there's a lot of tough customers out there. There's no slouches in this one by no means.
Not at all.
Robinson, Mumford, Jalik Swole, Kobush, Fry, Amaryllis, Marchbanks, Mashburn. Can't take the heat. There's Levi Kitchen getting in the mix. And Brian Borges. That's right. Levi Kitchen. If you can't take the heat, call Levi. We'll get back in the kitchen.
Out of the 10 Commandments we go with the number 25 of Styles Robertson at 2:15 last time around. Put him 2.3 seconds ahead of Carson Mumford. And it looks like the rain has let up, and it's turned this racetrack into just a good, chewable motocross track. It's not slick. You don't see the guys slipping around anywhere. They're hooking up.
Well, that's the deal. I think they had that plan. It used to be a lot of hay down here. They just covered the whole track in hay to try to save the water up.
Right.
But I think that sand is changing the whole venue, the whole perspective of everything. Kind of slows it down a little bit, but makes it rough.
Absolutely.
The rougher the better.
It holds water good. It's easy to maintain. It's easy to smooth back up. It erodes very quickly, and that's what you want in a motocross racetrack. You want this thing rough. Right here, look at that. Those braking bumps or acceleration bumps, whatever you want to call it. We started off nice and smooth this morning where Styles is there, and now it's just one messed up, bumpy mess for these kids to bounce around on this racetrack as we hit lap number 4 this time around for Styles.
What's a great selling point for the OEM manufacturer?
Oh, Robertson off the track.
Whoa, look out. Katie better bar the doors down, Kevin. Go back.
And look at that. Can he pick up a position? No, look out, Johnny O'Hanna.
What happened over there?
Wow. Robertson has been flirting with that outside line, and I'm telling you, it was just sketchy. The dirt just blew off, and he slid right off, and now you're going to see a sense of urgency now. He didn't really lose much, if anything, at all. Mumford, though, right now there's blood in the water. He's chumming the water. He wants a piece.
The only thing that came close is if he had a big razor in his hand, he could have took a swipe at Johnny O'Hanna. He comes so close, he could have cut him with a shave.
You couldn't get a piece of notebook paper between him and Styles Robertson.
Woo! O'Hanna really didn't know what was going on. He's like, what just happened?
He just provided shade for that kid with his cowboy hat. All right. Down by the mechanics area we go. And Styles is unfazed, man. Just California cool. What's up, dog? Come on, Carson, let's go ride our dirt bikes together.
There's Robinson, Mumford, and Jalik Swole.
Look who's in 5th. He's coming. He's
it's
set the fastest lap with a 2:13.
Kevin, he was back there in about 13th on lap number 2, and he is slowly surging, charging, taking no prisoners as he battles the competition here at Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, pick him up on the green Kawasaki, the number 82 of Garrett Marchbanks in the number 5 spot. That's the guy we're watching right now. Fastest rider on the racetrack, a 2:13, 2 seconds quicker than anyone else on the racetrack. And we have picked him up there. Nope, that's 22. Carson Mumford in the number 2 spot.
Well, they're heading their way
the race
now
for
back.
The lead. That's a good battle to be on.
All right, they're heading their way back into Storyland right now, and there's Styles Robinson off the track, hop, skipping, and jumping. Watch him breaking bumps now. As he comes through that rhythm section over there, you're going to see your leader start to appear. That's going to be Styles Robinson. There he is as he pops into the screen. There's the exit, the way you're out of Storyland. Watch that wild outside line. It's Robinson now. Cool, calm, and collected as he comes into view through the twisties by the Red Bull Relief Station. Styles Robinson, Mumford, and Jalik Swole.
And again, let's see if Styles goes on that ultra outside line here. And if he does, he's going to tiptoe through that. He's got to work his way around some lappers. Going to stay the course. He says, man, I ain't giving up on that line. It's been good to me all day. Hops back down. The blue flags are out. Get out of the way. We got some leaders coming through, boys. There's a race going on, and you ain't in it. That's what Marty Martin always said.
Hey, you got that candy bar from my snack bar? I hope you eat it.
Here we go, coming around the big Red Bull sweeper now up towards the announcer's tower. Styles Robertson hits lap number 5 now. Lap riders all over the racetrack. He and Mumford are going to have to make their way through it. Robertson, Mumford, and Jalik Swole with a 2:14 sits just 2 seconds back now. 3 of Mumford, and Marchbanks again picks up another spot.
Well, there's your leaders now as they head down through the Motorcycle Superstore. That's the first turn, whole shot out of the trees. There's that little short shoot right there. They're heading into Storyland. Keep an eye on these guys right here. Let's pick them up. There's Styles Robinson. He goes out to the Wild Woolly outside line just before the 10 Commandments. And Carson Mumford, the 22 machine. 2-second deficit. They're both turning a 2:14. This one here is too close to call. Look at him. They go wide outside. They're watching the inside. I think that this track is changing to kind of be like a momentum style track now.
Well, this thing is alive. These kids are moving around the racetrack. It changes lap to lap, race to race. So you got to be able to adapt, move inside, move outside, avoid this bump. Watch that down rider. Watch the lapper. And your leader's coming back out of Storyland, the 22-25 of Styles Robertson on the Kawasaki, and Carson Mumford right there with him, 2 seconds back.
I am not counting out the 22 of Carson Mumford. No way, Jose. There's Marchabanks, Kevin. We've been watching our leaders, Robinson Mumford, Angelique Swoll, but here comes Garrett Marchabank. He's gotten 10 positions. 10 positions. Kobush still in the mix.
Coming back into the middle part of the racetrack, up and over the Kawasaki. Camelback we go. We got lappers. We got all kind of action now. This thing is tightened up. Styles Robertson, number 25 on the Kawasaki, and Carson Mumford. They have been about that far apart the entire race, and this thing is getting serious. Oh, and he just about goes down, dabbing that left leg. Robertson and Mumford, less than a second now separating the two. It was almost 3 seconds, 0.9 100ths of a second, Wes.
Here's your leaders now as they pass by in front of the announce deck. Over the tunnel now, you can see them in front of the billboard. There's your leaders. It's Robinson Mumford, Jolique Swoll. Now, does Marchabanks have enough time to try to get on a podium, get a podium interview?
He sits about 4.5 seconds back. He's been turning, he turned a couple seconds slower that time around. So he's going to have to really get on his horse or his bike in this case and try to run down those two kids right in front of him. Robertson, number 25, and Mumford are the only two guys, and Jolique Swoll in front of Garrett Marchbanks.
Here comes your leaders now. Watch them now as they come down. Krispy Kreme right into, yes. Mumford now tries to show him a wheel. Is Styles Robinson wearing thin?
I don't think so. I just think Mumford has capitalized on some of these lap riders, and he is drawn right up to the rear wheel of Robertson. And Robertson likes to run those outside lines. Let's see if he does that now. Look out on the inside. Here comes Mumford. He almost goes down in that 10 Commandments trying to make the pass. He jumped right into him.
Here they go now. They're going to make the little right-hander. They're going to head into Storyland. They are going in Storyland. They weren't in the 10 Commandments. They're in that rough little cob section as you go under the Honda banner. And you can't really hop, skip, and jump through there. Those guys just have to pound into the faces, try to pound them into submission as they come through Storyland. This is a story that's erupting right now. The Mumford, the 22 machine of Mumford now on the hunt, bumper to bumper. Here they go. He's after Robinson.
The inside line, I don't understand. Robertson's going wide, and Mumford almost throws it away. The legs are off the machine. He's still got a chance. Up on the inside, Mumford will push Robertson out of the way, and Mumford for the first time will lead it. Grabs a tear off, and finally he's tired of eating that roost.
No.
Firing back is Robertson, Wes.
Robinson goes to the outside. He makes clear under the Red Bull arches. There's Johnny O'Hanna. Get out of the way. There's a race going on. And here comes your new leader now, Carson Mumford. Mumford, then Robinson, Jolique Swoll, and Marchabanks. Does Marchabanks have enough time to try to come in there and make something happen?
Well, he's going to have to really drop that lap time. He's about 4 seconds back of this battle right here, but if they battle themselves, that'll give everybody behind them a chance.
What happens, they start playing offensive defense. They kind of lose concept of run away and hide. You start protecting your lines. Now does Mumford try to check out, or does he try to play just a little bit of defense just to say, hey, I'm out front now? This is where it gets tricky.
I say you just go as fast as you can, get away from all that business. You don't want anything to do with it. Anything can happen. Dabbing the legs there, coming through the mechanics area. You see Styles Robertson, he rips the tear off. Both the feet are off the peg. He had 3 feet off the pegs.
It looks like Mumford now is checking out. He's in the express lane, 10 items or less. He used some of the lap riders to his advantage right behind the billboard, and now he's starting to gap and get out there and sprint a little bit away.
When this shot opens up, I think you're going to see the KTM of Jolique Swoll getting in the mix there. He is on the number 25 of Styles Robertson. He has creeped up in there on the number 35 KTM. That should be him there, sneaking up on the inside.
Marchabanks back there turning to 216, same as Mumford. Styles Robinson at 218 on that one. But Jolique Swoll turning a 215, so he's definitely burning up the track out there as this one here winds down. That's that little tricky section right there, Kevin, as they head into the Storyland.
Yep.
You kind of just have to pound through those bad boys, kind of like the Millville Whoops. Bam, bam, bam. No rhythm at all. You just beat yourself into submission.
And when you watch those tracks on the Nationals on TV, those are built for pro-level racing. We have a track here that works for 50cc racers, for these young men here, the 85 9-11s, for pro sports, for vets. And that's why this place is so unique, that all these kids get a shot racing the same track the same day. And here he comes, the 22 of Mumford, bouncing around. There's the 25, the second place rider of Styles Robertson. And there is Jalik Swoll. He wants in. There's Marchbanks in the picture as well, the number 82 looking over his shoulder. What a battle we have got going on here. Those kids have just forced the issue. Jalik Swoll is just running on the inside. Look at that. I thought he was going to square him up. And the 25 of Robertson coming under the attack of Jalik Swoll, and just out of frame is the number 82 of Marchbanks. Here he comes.
You never know. It's over till it's over right now. Jalik Swoll, we said he was turning to 215. Styles Robinson now under attack. But, like we said, these two guys going at it. Where is Marchbanks? Is that Marchbanks coming into the frame right there?
Absolutely.
Marchbanks could salvage a third place on this podium.
So we still have racing to go, Wes. The leaders go by one more time, the 22 of Mumford. And then Jalik Swoll. Then you have the 25 of Styles Robertson. And getting in the game, Marchbanks pulling those sweatpants off. He wants in.
Big shout out to Parker Mashburn. He was back there hovering out of the top 10. He now moves into 5th. Kobush doing a good job. He was running 3rd at one point. Now drops back to 6th. But there he is. Marchbanks goes by.
We have a new leader. We have a new third place rider. Your new leader is Jalik Swoll. He has gotten around both Robertson and now Mumford. And now Marchbanks challenges your early race leader, Styles Robertson, for that third place position. So just chaos out on the racetrack. KTM, your leader now.
We've seen this early on with Tim Ferry going at it.
Here they come down into the 10 Commandments. Look at that. There's Marchbanks. There's the Jalik Swoll going into the 10 Commandments. There's the 25 of Carson Mumford. We got racing all over. Johnny O'Hana's just waving that blue flag for anybody.
So many things happen on the last lap. That 2-lap board comes out, white flag. You're either safe or you're in the fight of your life out here. Right now, one rider goes down in there. I don't know who that is, if that's going to affect anything. But right now, Marchbanks is definitely marching to the front.
Looks like Marchbanks has tossed the goggles again. I think he's just going to forget them, just wearing sunglasses. There's Marchbanks again now, wanting a piece of Jalik Swoll. This guy has had an incredible run to the front of the field. There's our leader, Mumford. Jalik Swoll now wanting a piece of him.
Well, he's fixing to get a piece of him right now. There he is, Styles Robinson out there. Carson Mumford, hop, skipping, and jumping now. Playing a quick game of hopscotch. And this track is really turning into a nice, wait till they keep tilling it and working it and working it. There's Jalik Swoll, and look at Marchbanks. You think Marchbanks can actually get around Jalik Swoll? What did we see right here?
Well, Marchbanks again, you just got mud all over his face. He's got no goggles on, but your leader right here he comes, the number 22 of Carson Mumford, on his way to a Moto win. And Carson Mumford will take the win. Swoll's second, and third position is going to be Garrett Marchbanks.
Styles Robinson looks like he's going to get a 4th. Parker Mashburn a 5th. Fry in 6th. Kobush 7th. Amarillas 8th. Levi Kitchen 9th. And Brian Borghese, he's going to round out your top 10. Great job out there. All these competitors. I want to give a notable shout out to Jackson Turpin out there as well. Colin Park did a good job. Cruz Sampson. Austin Daniels. Luke Neese. Hey, Jimmy Neese keeping it in the family. And the Weeds, Jason Wygant, down on the podium.
All right, so Carson Mumford up there getting things kind of settled out, high-fiving the boys from Team Green Kawasaki. Carson's like, hey, man, I want to talk about my sponsors. I want to talk about my mom and my dad and eating ice cream and what I've been doing all summer long. There's your winner, Moto 1385 9-11 class. And we will let these riders go here in just a moment. In race number 14, College BC sitting on the gate. And Jason Wygant back on his way down the podium. Mumford breaking it down blow by blow, doing the traditional hand to the hand chop there, describing how the race went. Bro, I did this and I did that, and man, it's crazy. I got mud on my neck. I don't even care because I won. I got the hat around my ears. Boom. Chest bump to you. Thank you, sir. Put my goggles around here. Thank you. Take a swig of water here. And Jason Wygant sprints down to the podium, grabs his Alpine Stars towel there, getting that all set up. Carson Mumford, the consummate pro. Jason Wygant, I know you're tired, buddy. Turn that microphone on and let's toss it down to you with our winner, Carson Mumford.
All right, we're down here with our Moto winner, and it was a battle. Let's hear it for Carson Mumford. Oh. Come on, around front here, Carson. Well, that was a battle. There were 4 or 5 of you that could have won that one. How did you pull it off?
Well, I finally got a good start, and then I started clicking off a couple guys. There's only about 5 guys in front of me, and then me and Styles had a pretty good battle. I got to the inside of him on the sand, and then I just saw the door. He left it right open, so I just took it.
All right. Who do you want to thank? It was a good run.
My mom, my dad, all the guys down at Monster Energy Cali, Mitch from Pro Circuit, Dunlop, X-Brand, Troy Lee Designs, Traxxas, Maximum, my mechanic Austin, Alpine Star, Renthal, everybody helped me out. Thank you.
Let's hear for your gold medal winner, Carson Mumford. And we'll bring up our second place finisher. That was a fight. It was pretty cool, actually. You had about, again, 4 or 5 riders in contention for the podium. And silver's going to go to the number 35, the KTM rider. Awesome ride. Let's hear it for Jalik Swole. Well, that was a battle, man.
Yeah, the track was brutal right now, so yeah.
How were you able to make those passes at the end?
I honestly don't know. I just stayed behind him, and I kind of waited for a mistake or two, and I just got past a few guys, and that moved me up to second. So yeah.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Jalik?
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, 7MX, Troy Lee Designs, KTM Orange Brigade, Pro Taper, Oakley. Who else? Dunlop, Devin, Sam Antonucci, and everybody else just helped me. Thanks.
Let's hear it for Jalik Swole. Keep it, my man. You earned it. And we got to bring up our third place finisher. Let's bring it up. Third place finisher coming through traffic. Well, you haven't had the start so far, but the finishes are strong. Let's hear it for Garrett Marchbanks. That was a late charge. Good run.
Thank you.
How did you do it?
Just came off the start, and I just threw the whole pack, just kept on charging, and then went through all my tear off, so I had to pull them off again.
Oh, man. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe. Monster Energy Kawasaki, Dunlop, Scott, PR2, Maxima, everyone forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for the 82. Garrett Marchbanks. Good job. Thank you. And we got some whole shot money to hand out here. We'll bring them up. Ah, there it is. Learning as we go. All right, there it is. Whole shot money going to Styles Robertson. Pumped on the start?
Yeah.
So I'm going to move down here. I think we'll get a little less interference. Who do you want to thank, Styles?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my sister, The whole Team Green, Monster Energy Kawasaki, Troy Powell, Oakley, Thor, Rinthal, Bell Helmets, and everybody else. Thank you guys so much.
Let's hear it for a whole shot winner, MotorcycleSuperstore.com money going to Styles Robertson. And we're going to send it to Jen Kenyon with a special guest, Malcolm Stewart, back here to watch some racing today. Jen?
Thanks, Weege. We are down here with Malcolm Stewart. Malcolm, welcome back to Loretta Lynn's. I mean, this has been a part of your amateur career forever, so what does it feel like to be back here at Loretta's?
Man, it's a good feeling to come back here every year, and unfortunately, when I went pro in 2011, I don't really get to see all my amateur buddies and all the new up-and-coming talent, so I like to come back here every year and wish everybody the best, and and good luck for everybody who has had the chance to make it here. So it's definitely a dream come true.
All right, now I'm sure part of your time here is going to be spent with Red Bull, one of your main sponsors of the team. Are you guys going to be doing any special events here all week for the fans?
I think Red Bull has something together for the fans, so I'm definitely excited, and I'm just here for the ride. And I just like to say, everybody, thank you for coming and for being out here.
All right, well, hey, thanks for taking the time to talk to us here, and good luck when you head it back to the track at Unadilla in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll send it back up to you. This is Malcolm Stewart here.
All right, here we go, guys. To the thousands in attendance and the millions watching on RacerTV, we're going to start in the college BC 16 to 24. The 13 of Max Cisco from area California. From Riverton, Utah, the 14 of Zach Nazi. Venezuela sends us the 15 of Oscar Espers. The 16 of Kyle Dawson from Rutherford Glen, Virginia. From Lake Worth, Florida, right there where I'm from, the 17 of Alex Papatis. From Greenbrier, Tennessee, the 18 of Trevor Tate. From Oldsby, Illinois, the 23 of Mark Munovic. From Innisfil, Ontario, the 24 of Taylor Pimpanici. From Verona, Kentucky, the 25 of Dylan Roos. From Martins, California, the 26 Jake Blum. Marietta, Ohio, since it's 27 of Buchanan. Ryan Buchanan. Owensboro, Kentucky, the 28 of Kyle Durham. Franklin, Wisconsin, the 29 of Justin Wolf. Hempstead, North Carolina, the 30 of Michael Burnham. From Cairo, Georgia, the 31 of Shane Cobb. From Porterville, California, the 32 of Ika Hughes. The 33 of Tristan Peekins from Adamsville, Tennessee. The 36 of Blake Rivard from Exis, Michigan. The 40 of Samuel Peterson from Northville, Minnesota. Clarksville, Pennsylvania, you've got Perkoski. Here comes Liston, the 48 machine. The 49 of Makuta, Cartwright. The 51, Norbisi, the 52 machine. There's Ryan Boletti, the 53. You got Wilson, Cunningham, Wisdom, McCullough, West, and Maz. We got a whole shot underway. Kevin Kelly, what do you see?
The number 33 of Tristan Pickens jumping out to an early race lead. Let's see if Tristan can hold on. He's already $100 richer, courtesy of the MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot, and he is still leading. Opening stages of the College BC class, race number 14. We are watching them throw down. Your whole shot went to number 33, Suzuki rider Tristan Pickens. There's the number 56 of Robert Wilson. So Robert Wilson out of Vacaville, California, 20 years of age, leading this thing out. Got the Honda, the red motorcycle with the green gear. Nice color combo there. So the California native out front. And the rest of the gang, Justin Wisdom in the number 2 spot, the 59. Josh Cartwright in the number 3 spot. Mark Marnick in the number 4 spot. Jake Blum 5th. Tristan Pickens, your early hole shot leader, is 6th. Ikua Hughes is 7th. Alex Patapis in the number 8 spot. Michael Barnum is 9th, and Dylan Rouse. So here's our leader, Robert Wilson, number 56 on the Honda with the green gear there. Easy to pick him out. He's got Judson Wisdom right behind him, just about a second or so separating the two of them. Cartwright in the number 3 spot. No running order change here, but we are watching a good battle here, 56 and 59. The Honda versus Kawasaki into the middle portion of the racetrack here in the opening stages of the College BC class. Wes Kane, Kevin Kelly with you, bringing you the call. Jason Wygant on the podium. And the battle still ensuing. Hang on. Wilson and Wisdom, 1-2. Just about side by side, right in front of us here, 2 laps in. Wilson and Wisdom, 1-2. So look at that, the battle for the lead. They are bumping. He looked him over. He stood him up like a prom date. They are flat throwing down the elbows. You ride a wide line if you're on the number 56 machine. Watch him through the whoops. And now finally the 59 of Judson Wisdom. Does he make the pass? No. He didn't have it. Then Wilson went wide and he gave it right back. And then Wilson gets him back again. That is it. Look at this race, Wes. They are side by side. And off the track almost goes the number 56.
All right, top 10 looks like this. Dylan Roos in 10th, Oscar Epsford in 9th, Alex Papatis in 8th, Tristan Peekins in 7th. Here comes Jake Blum in the top 6, Ethan Hughes in 5th, Mark Marinick in the top 4. There's Josh Haas Cartwright in 3rd, Judd Wisdom using his wisdom out there to hang on in the 2nd spot, and Robert Wilson now swatting that tennis ball, taking his ride, doing a great job out there. Now pick up the TV through the Red Bull arches. We're looking at Wilson now soldiering away.
Yeah, they were battling for about 3 straightaways. They were bumping and grinding. And Wilson trying to run down Judson Wisdom. Good Lord, that's a mouthful. We swapped our leaders here, I should say. They're coming at us now. We're going to flip-flop the 59 to 56 as they hit lap number 3. You're going to have the number 59 of Judson Wisdom. Just digging that ACL into the ground there. Across the starting line we go. Down by the billboards, the fabled Loretta Lynn billboards. Hang on, Mr. Wisdom, 3 laps in. Wilson is 2nd. Josh Cartwright 3rd. Ikua Hughes is 4th. Mark Marinchik in the number 5 spot. Jake Blum is 6th. Alex Potapis is 7th. Oscar Esperis 8th. Dylan Roos is 9th. And Blake Rivard rounds out your top 10. We're going into the 10 Commandments with our leaders and then working our way towards that red Honda banner to your right. That's where they enter Storyland, named after the Story family that has for many years flagged in that area. So when we send them that way to the racetrack, it's the Storyland. Looking at Cartwright and Hughes now, third, fourth, back to our leaders. And the rest of the field back there on this racetrack. How about that view right there? Just a pile of spectators here in this Loretta Lynn's ranch. And coming back towards us, down, working their way towards the Red Bull release station.
Well, you see them come out of Storyland now. We got a good camera view there. There's your leader right there. It's the 59 of Judson Wisdom. He moved out with a great serve up with his Wilson tennis racket. Robert Wilson now shuffles him back. But Kevin, you've seen this guy before. He's tough. Rough cut, tough around the edges. The 51 of Josh Cartwright. He's a big old surly dude out there. So Cartwright, don't count him out. We've seen him out here before. Marinick, Blum, and Papatis out there in the top 7.
Absolutely. Here, lap number 3 is what we're watching, and the leaders slowly working their way towards the announcer's tower. And that's right where your leader's coming, the left-hander, and he comes right by us here in the announcer's tower. We can hear the rumble of the bike of Judson Wisdom right about now. There goes Judson. Got that hair hanging out like the beast from the east there. Damon Bradshaw would be proud of that mullet kicking out of the back of that old helmet there.
Yeah, but here comes the best from the west. It was Matasevich out there trying to do a judo chop on him. Needless to say, all that carnage just about took both their careers down the drain.
Yeah, we all remember the Seattle race there with Matasevich and Larry Ward stopping and chopping in the middle of the track.
What was all that? Where did that go? Everybody's all nice and cool now. Hey, how'd you do? Congratulating each other. Congratulating each
Bob
other
Hannah
now.
spit in your face. I don't want nothing to do with that.
Tell me you won and you're going to shake my hand. I got second. Get out of here. Wait till next week.
A big sweeper and a long, long rut there greets Judson Wisdom. Down the straightaway we go. Now the 10 commandments. 10 of these bad boys. Count them out. There he goes. Left and a right and a bam and a boom and on top.
He almost broke one. Do not swap as you enter the 10 commandments.
Or that will hit the
because that
ground.
could cost you in huge dividends. Here's your leader right now. He's going to head under that. There he is in the Storyland. That's your little favorite spot right now. He comes right through there using all his wisdom, but watch this rider behind him. Whoa, to the side. He kind of a little squirrely out there, but he makes it work. Here's Jeff Russell out there in the middle of the track trying to make some decisions. Yeah, hey, here I come. Give me a sandwich.
Coming back out of Storyland, the 59 of Judson Wisdom. And that track is so rough. These guys are so tired. Watch their body language as the race wears on. The head, starts off nice and stiff. The arms are up. The elbows drop. The head starts bouncing off the bar pad. The tongue's all in the spokes. It's a rough and tumble racetrack. It'll wear you out, Wes.
Kevin, it's only on lap number 4. 60 to 24 college boys.
It
These guys better not be tired.
I know
yet.
it. No, I know. But these guys, you'll see the lap times will drop. Even the pros' lap times will drop here on 9 or 10 laps. These guys at 2:09s. Super many kids returning 2 minutes 2:02s.
Here comes your leader now. You can watch him now around the Red Bull Beach area, chopping that sand is really added. I mean, it slowed it down a little bit. I think it's made it just a little bit safer. It's rougher.
Absolutely.
When you slow down, it's not a speedway out there no more.
One more time around the 5th lap for Mr. Judson Wisdom. Up and over the Thor tunnel there.
He blitzes the announcer's tower now. He's going to make that right-handed turn and now cut his way down in front of the billboard. But a rider down in second, the 56, Robert Wilson, not letting him off the hook yet. Here comes Hughes, Cartwright, Marinick, Blum, Papatis, Espar, and Dylan Roos, and Max, the Cisco Kid, hanging out in the top 10. And he was a friend of yours.
He was a friend of mine, for sure.
The Cisco Kid?
Yes.
Justin Wolf back there, Lone Wolf back in 18. McCullough, Durham, Peekins, Higley, all out of the top 20 now trying to make something happen. But there's your leader now. There's hop, skipping, and jumping through the 10 commandments. And it's going to be Judson Wilson.
Back down by Storyland. This race is far from over. The 59 and the 56. This thing is tightened back up less than a second. That's your leaders right there. Back in Storyland, they're coming back. Watch this, Wes. They're going to come underneath that Honda banner, making the left here. We're waiting on them. There it is. There's first and second right there. Not even a bike link, folks. We got a race. Wisdom and Wilson are far from over. We're heading back down towards the Red Bull sweeper. Here he comes on the inside. The 56 sneaks it in there. Turns his head to sideways. He is out of tear-offs. He's eating the roost. He's on the outside eating some sand now.
Get in there. Get some grit. Get some of that between your cheek and gum out there.
All
Watch
right.
him now. There's a decision maker,
There it is.
inside or out.
He is bouncing. He made the pass. A new leader, Robert Wilson, and Wisdom fires right back. Can he stick it in there? No. Sit down.
The door gets slammed profusely there. Of the dog days of summer now, a new leader erupts here in the College BC 16-24. It's Robert Wilson.
Wilson just manhandled that pass. He's been running consistent lap times, and he has just put Wisdom right behind him here at the best time towards the end of the race, lap number 6 now. Coming at you here at the Red Bull AMA Amateur Championships right here from Loretta Lynn's. We're going to step down, and then you'll pop back over that tunnel jump. Bam! Look at that. Hang on. That looked a little sketchy there, didn't it?
He just ricocheted right off the top of it. Kind of hop, skip, and jump.
What does that pit board say? He had to change it all up. You were in second, now you're in first.
Look at it. There he is hanging over there. Yeah, the old fist pump.
That was perfect.
I'm leading this one out.
Oh, he about stepped out the rear end there.
Get some traction bars. Get some ladder bars on that bad boy.
So
how many more laps we got to go into this one, Kevin?
20 more laps. We're coming in for fuel at lap 10. I'm kidding.
Wilson out front. Wisdom, Hughes, Cartwright. Papatis now rolls up into the top 5. Alex Papatis.
Alex Trapapadis.
He rolled up into Willie Manning's garage about 2 weeks ago, loaded up some bikes. He goes, I'm going this place, this place, this place, and I'm going to work my way up to Tennessee, and Dad's bringing the fresh bike. And I looked at Willie. I said, would you jump in the truck and go with them now? He said, I did it for too many years. I'm going to go fishing this afternoon. I go, me too.
So down towards Storyland we go with our new leader, Robert Wilson. And he will pop back into view here. We got the raincoats out there.
There's your leader. Come in, red leader. There he is. It's Robert Wilson, the 56 machine. Looking good, cool, calm, and collected. There's that outside line. Feet off the pegs. Just everybody's hanging on. Hey, it's the College Boy BC 16-24. You got to have a 3.8 grade average or you do not compete.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting full extra credit here for college. And lap number 7 coming at you here as Wilson, Wisdom, Hughes, Cartwright, and Patapus in the number 5 spot. Jake Blum 6, Dylan Roos 7th, Cody Williams 8th, Max Cisco Kidd is 9th, and Oscar Asparis rounds out your top 10. Kawasaki rider looked like it might have been Justin Wisdom going down on the 59 machine, and that might move everybody else up a slot. There's the rest of the gang filing through on that sandy, rough, hard-packed, dry, muddy, rutted, flat, hard-packed race course out there. I'm just picking a description there. Very hard to pick a tire for that hard-packed, sandy, muddy, loamy racetrack we got here. Behind the billboards we go on lap number 7 with Robert Wilson. IQA Hughes moves up to the number 2 spot. By the mechanics area we go with our leader, number 56, the Yamaha mechanics area. Alive and well for Robert Wilson. His dad's going to need Tommy John surgery after swirling that arm around. Throws us a fastball every time the kid comes by. And now Robert Wilson has himself a 9-second lead, looks over to his left, and like, where is everybody at? What happened? I had this guy all over me. I had to pass him, and now I'm all by myself. And this is when it all goes wrong. You almost bounce off the racetrack in the 10 Commandments. Like you said, thou shalt not swap, Wes. You're right. He just about did it. And he now heads off into Storyland. He'll double, bounce, and bounce into the face of that, way back on the bike. Well, the goggles come off for Robert Wilson. Just squinting. Got a pair of Ray-Bans on. He just pops those bad boys in there. Those are $200 sunglasses, man. Be careful. Wilson out front got the big high lead kick up and over the decision maker. Gonna have some lap riders to contend with here in just a moment, working his way towards the center portion of the racetrack. And that is just chewed up. I mean, every line. There's not a smooth piece of real estate out there. Look at him just chicken legging that arm down there, raunching down on that throttle hand there on the number 56 machine. You can see his face, no goggles. Just gonna rip the mouth guard off there and go Johnny O'Mara on us. Two-lap board is out, so this guy's got to go 3 laps and hope the cornea stays protected from all the flying debris from the lapped riders, as Robert Wilson has himself over a 10-second lead. And the ruts are treacherous here on this man-made battleground. Robert Wilson by the Yamaha Mechanics area we go. Around by the Motorcycle Superstore sweeper, out into the trees, and then we will open things back up for Mr. Robert Wilson. And Wilson now again through the 10 Commandments, up and over the inside portion of that decision maker, and then nice and easy through the 10 Commandments.
Check 2.
There's a rider just pulls off, just cuts the track. I'm done with that. Number 96 machine there is Robert Wilson again. There's rider number 74, a lap down. I'll look at our second place rider. There he was, IQ Hughes on the number 32 Yamaha. The number 56 coming around. He's going to see the white flag. Rough part of the racetrack. We keep saying that this whole thing is rough. Those 2 singles bounce into the face of that Kawasaki Camelback for our leader. And again, working his way through lap traffic, leading this thing. So no goggles. That is a scary proposition for our leader, number 56, Robert Wilson. Robert again now will double through here. He'll see the white flag. He looks over. And Robert Wilson, one more time around. There's the rest of the gang. IQ Hughes coming across the stripe here, the number 32 in front of the announcer's tower. Last lap here for Robert Wilson. Got the goggles hanging off the bars there. Came in for a chapstick pit stop there. That was weird.
Really?
Yeah, he came in, got the Motorcycle Superstore chapstick. The mechanic came in, swiped the top lip, swiped the bottom lip, blotted it in, got all the excess off, sent him on his way, still had the lead.
Well, I mean, all the conditions we're dealing with here, wind, sun, rain, obviously. So I understand why some chapstick might be needed mid-moto. Maybe lip gloss.
Depends on the situation.
Lip gloss. What class we're talking about.
A little lip balm, if you will.
This is the College BC division. These riders are actually able to race here because it's semester break, of course, when you race in August. But they're all ready to go back to campus. All the college boys, they train and then they go back to the dorm.
Oh, you're getting college credit for this. Understand that. This is an elective here. I took bowling and motocross my senior year at West Georgia. Did not fare well, did not make it here, still got a 2.8.
It's a BC class, so you got some 202 riders, some 101s in here, a mixture of some freshmen and some sophomores. Got the Letterman jacket.
Oh, if you win this one, you get the Loretta's Letterman there.
Looking to go Greek. I know some of the people out here going to make rush week very difficult on them, though. They got to do a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, the hammer will take you down there.
Check 2.
Take care of business.
Find out if you really want to be part of this Greek organization.
When you get duct taped to an oak tree at 3 in the morning, I need 3 people to come out here and get me.
Welcome to the College BC class.
All right, the checker flag has flown. Congratulations to Mr. Robert Wilson. He did it with no goggles. Took his helmet off 2 laps from the end. The jersey came off.
Wow, really?
He was down to just a pair of boots and some leathers. He actually had Griff's leathers on.
Old school leathers.
Yes.
Wow, the pants are older than him because he
Yes.
can't be older than 24.
Correct.
In this class. IQO Hughes finishes second and Josh Cartwright third. Cody Williams fourth. We're waiting for fifth to come along.
IQA Hughes actually bought his bike out of the IQA catalog, put it together, piece by
Swedish.
piece. Swedish bike, yeah, put it together real quick. Cheap particle board, it's nice, it looks good. Couldn't even tell.
But hey, I mean, IKEA, it's college boy class. It's the perfect
Duh,
combination. Everybody's got that in the
they're
dorms.
outfitted with IKEA.
IQA Hughes. Judson Wisdom, I knew I was going to mix that one up.
That's tough.
That's a technical name to get through. He finishes up in the number 5 spot, and we've got, hey, Wes Kane ready to take it away on the podium when our winner, Robert Wilson, is ready.
All right, thanks a lot, Kevin Kelly. I got him down here. Robert Wilson, you get a gold medal. Great job out there. Let's put that on. About that, Robert Wilson, good job.
I just tried to get a start and then just rode my own race from there.
Tell us about the track conditions out there.
The track's actually really slippery right now because all the rain, but all the ruts held me good and it was a good race.
Tell us about some good people helping you out this week.
I got to thank Monty's Automotive. Wouldn't be here without them. MSR, Loretta, Cerebus, Novik. South of the border, I really wouldn't be here without them. X-Brand, FMF, Bell, Intrinsic, Factory Connection, Klotz, Pro Taper, and anyone I forgot. Thank you.
How's it feel to get a moto win down here at the Dude Ranch?
Well, it's my first time here, and it feels amazing.
Well, this is a great day for you out there. You've got to be ecstatic.
I am. This is probably the happiest I've ever been.
Congratulations out there. Hey, you still got 2 more motos out there. It's not over yet. Let's hear it for Robert Wilson. All right, now, where's our second place? Come up here, Akua. Akua Hughes, come on up here. I got a silver medal for you. Put that silver medal on, Akua. Great job out there. Tell us about your ride.
My ride was all right. I got a good start, and then I went down the back, so kind of bummer, but everyone's riding really fast, so it wasn't easy getting around everyone.
Tell us about some of the track conditions out there.
Track conditions are good right now in the rain, but it's good.
Who would you like to thank?
Myron and Nicole and the girls from 2 Extra Oceans, my mom and dad, my brother, FMF, Answer, Pro Taper, Dini, Yamaha, whoever else I forgot, thank you.
Congratulations out there. You get a silver medal. Let's hear for Akua Hughes. And now finishing third out here. Let's get our third place finisher. Come on up here. The 51 of Josh Cartwright. Josh Cartwright, good job. Get that medal on you. Tell us about that battle. Didn't get the start you wanted, but you were able to come up here and get on the podium.
Yeah, the start didn't go very well. I wheelied out of the gate a little bit, but right when I got into third, I just hammered everyone. I hit everyone as hard as possible to get in front, and I just stayed steady. I was in third for a while, and then just kept there, and everyone's riding awesome. Robert, everyone, Judd, everyone's riding awesome.
I see you rolling that roll-off system on your goggles. Could that be a benefit to help you out to get here on the podium?
Oh, it really helps. Scott hooked me up right before this race, and the rain just falls right off of it. You can see perfectly when you ride it. It's awesome.
Who would you like to thank for being up here on the podium?
First, my mom and dad. They've helped me all through everything. Joe Cycle Shop, Bell, Answer, FMF, Scott, Dunlop, Angle Saver, Pontoon Graphics, Moto Chasin', Motorex, No Tool, Greg at Road and Dirt, EVS, Steez Clothing, EBR, Atlas Brace, Garnet, Renthal, Bigger Graphics, Race Day Picks, GBF, Georgia Practice Facility, Josh, Terry, all of them, Mom and Dad, and John. Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations. Put your hands together for Josh Cartwright. And now he grabbed the whole shot from Adamsonville, Tennessee to 33, Tristan Pickens. Come on up here, the Motorcycle Superstore whole shot recipient. Come on over here. Tristan Pickens, great job out there. Tell us about that start.
The start went good. It went my way. Me and a couple of the others to the first turn first. Pushed and a couple guys snuck by from the outside. Unfortunately, I had a pretty good spill the next lap, so I couldn't run up front, but I'm blessed to
here healthy still.
Who would you like to thank for that whole shot?
Man, my friends and family that are here, this is a close for me. This goes out to y'all guys. I love y'all.
Congratulations.
Suzuki's American journey began 50 years ago, on the road, off-road, and on the open water, across countless miles and across generations. The journey of Suzuki will never stop.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are here at Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch for the 32nd annual running of the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at
Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch, and it's all presented to you by your friends at AMSOIL. First in synthetics, Moto 15 getting ready to roll to us now. The seniors and masters getting set to take off, and of course senior 45 plus class riders 45 years of age and older, and masters 50 plus class riders, well, obviously at least 50 years of age or older. Taking a look at through some of the ages there, I think one of the older guys that we got on the track, 61 years old is what I'm looking at. The 88 of Gary Jones out of Hellendale, California, qualifying for this weekend's race in that Masters 50 plus class. And of course, as we take a look at this one right now, we got Trampas Parker going to be one of the key riders we'll be keeping an eye on. A former world champion out there aboard that number 13 KTM on a Graham KTM. Also backed by Trampas Parker, Motocross Schools, Ankle Savers, Color Extreme, and Factory Connection. As we check out some of the other names. Lane Reynolds to the trackside office immediately, please, as John Choate III is out with us. Darren Hoft. Also, Jerry Williams, Phil Miklo out of Arnold's Park, Iowa. We got Harold Jabé. We got Giovanni Spinelli. Barry Karsten, the 31 out of Bayville, New Jersey. Bromley Suzuki rider who's been a professional rider, was a professional rider for so many years, and of course kept that national number, and also now here at Loretta Lynn's has become a big mark here, and now in the senior 45 plus class. Gary Lucier out there with us aboard the number 37 out of Peabody, Massachusetts. Tim Philippi, Sterling, Illinois aboard the 38. Rodney Carrier out of Lebanon Junction, Kentucky on the number 40, the 43. Daniel Breeden out of Mitchellville, Iowa. 45, Doug Miller from Clarkston, Washington. The 53, Jack Lambert from Lee Summit, Missouri. 54, Chad Felicio out of Orangeville, California. He's riding a Carmichael's Honda. The 59, Paul Jamison out of Thornton, Colorado on his Yamaha. Senior 45 plus class, also including riders like the 67 of Raeford College Jr. out of Allen, Texas. Honda backed by FMF and Factory Connection. The 70, John Gruey out of Coopersville, Michigan, also going to be one to watch on his Team Babbitt's Team Green Kawasaki. 72, Ronald Barons out of Genoa City, Wisconsin. TCR FMF Team Yamaha Rock River backed Yamaha ride. The 76, Ralph Bentley out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on a Bentley Psycho FCR suspension, Scott Fly Racing Machine. The 80, John Morrissey out of Chesapeake, Virginia, Cycle World, Virginia Beach, mallhunt.com, and Morsey Racing back. We're looking also at the 81 of Mike Miller, or the 82 Earl, the Pearl Maze, they call him, out of Tallahassee, Florida. The 90 Al Matarazzo out of Sorrento, Florida. Pedro Gonzalez Jr. out of Apex, North Carolina. We got the 93 Galen Dixon out of Weatherly, Pennsylvania. The 96 Jeff Kellogg out of Ashland, Virginia. And the 98 Daniel Fristo from Peebles, Ohio. Masters 50 plus class, the number 3 Philip Overland out of Hawaii. The 11 out of Jim Beatty out of Tennessee. John Camilio all the way from Holbrook, Massachusetts. The 14 machine. The 17 is Craig Bigelow out of Michigan, the 18, Les Hamlin out of Oklahoma, Mark Guy out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, the 19, the 20, James McGee, Doc McGee, I believe, out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, the 28, John Fotal out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, the 29, Michael Carey from Worth, Illinois, 32, Dean Sarver out of Greensboro, North Carolina, 35, Harvey Sorensen from Palm Bay, Florida, 36, Frank Tussle from Scottish Plains, New Jersey, the 41, Ray Nebo out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 42 is Dave Hand from Two, Ohio, the 44, Ron Hepner from Hastings, Minnesota, 46 is Jeffrey Callahan from Frederick, Virginia, 47, Raymond Phillips out of Dallas, Georgia. Also, William Hanley, Keith Maragua, Stuart McAvoy, Michael Price, Kirk Lewis, Matt Talon, Donald Bonnickson, Kevin Foley, Greg Vole, Gary Jones, John Fritz, and Greg Nicholson as our senior 45-plus class off and rolling. And the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Hole Shot Award, we'll try to pick that one up for you. John Gruey, the number 70. He grabs the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Hole Shot Award, but he quickly has company coming out of the 13, a former world champion, Trampus Parker. They're going back and forth as they roll in to the Cometic corner there before that 10 Commandments section, and here comes the 13 of Parker trying to pull the trigger on that one as the gate drops now on the second division. We've got out there with a Masters 50-plus class. This is one of few classes that Loretta Lynn's where there's two classes on the track at the same time. But right now we've got the Masters 50-plus back there. They're off and rolling. And we've got the senior 45-plus class off and rolling. Like we said, the oldest gentleman on the racetrack at 61 years old, the 88 Gary Jones. He's riding out of the Masters 50-plus class. We also have the 58 John Fitz. He's riding the number 51 out of Farmington, New Mexico. He's 58 years old in that Masters 50-plus class. Picking back up with our leaders there in the 45-plus class, the senior 45-plus class, we can see lots of position jockeying taking place in that Masters class now as they make their way through the 10 Commandments and nearing the completion of the first lap now. Around the decision maker under the Red Bull Arch go our leaders now for the senior 45-plus class, and it looks like that is still Parker and Gruey, I believe, battling up front. Gruey's got the number one spot as they head into the final turn. Here comes Parker putting the pressure on, more pressure being applied back in the third, fourth, and fifth place positions as the 92 Machina Galen, the 92 of Pedro Gonzalez. Gonzalez in the number 2 or 3 spot. And the battle is back for fourth right now as we see the 31 machine making some moves out there. 31, Barry Karsten from Bayville, New Jersey on that Bromley Suzuki as they make their way now down in front of the billboard. Karsten's going to be one to watch here, who's 2 seconds behind Gonzalez here at the finish line. And as they head up in front of the billboard, now it's side by side. And it looks like Karsten will take to the inside. And on the backside, maybe take over the position now as they head in front of the mechanics area. And it looks like, and it does. Barry Karsten now into the number 3 spot as he gets around Pedro Gonzalez. And they're heading into the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Forest on the short chutes there. Heading toward the 10 Commandments as more position jockeying continues. We look through the back of the pack, or the rest of the pack. Darren Hof is 5th. Rodney Carrier, the number 40, in 6th. We got Robert B. Barons in 7th. Howard Jabay in 8th. Doug Miller in 9th, and Earl May rounds out your top 10. Back to the battle up front as we watch this one on RacerTV.com with the Loretta Lynn's MX Live.
Careful, Rodney, careful.
And that's how you want to hashtag that. I know, this week we're not at GNCC Live, but we are Loretta Lynn's MX Live. And whenever you're tweeting out there, hashtag that. That way we can gather all those tweets together and start trending out there as much as possible. Speaking of trending, right here's what's trending. We got the 70 of Gruey, and we got the 13 of Trampus Parker. Parker really, Jason Wygant, starting to, in the early part of this, that first lap, was trying to establish a little bit of a lead. He tried to, get ahead of Gruey. Gruey grabbed the early lead. He made a pass, and they went into the 10 Commandments, and Gruey's pretty much commanded it since they got out of the Commandments on that first lap.
In these age classes, there's a lot of familiar names that are ex-professionals. Certainly Trampus Parker has a great pedigree, winning world championships in the Grand Prix Tour in Europe. Barry Karsten in this one, another rider we know through the years as a top pro. John Gruey is one of those guys that really knows the drill here at Loretta's. He's raced professionally himself as well but he always comes to the ranch. He's been here from the early days. He's been back here for a while now in the age classes. So Gruy knows the drill at Loretta's, and every year he seems to get closer and closer to getting those wins. Right now, though, it's a battle. Parker looks like he's reset himself and is going back after the number 70.
Yeah, and you know, you were talking about Gruy been trying for those championships year after year after year. This might be the one, man, because I mean he's risen to the occasion right off the bat. But you know, the real tale of the tape's going to be told at the end of 20 laps and that couple of laps that they're going to be racing after that, of course. And we're looking at a 1.3 second gap. Gruy was about 2/10 of a second faster than Parker, so there's no real ground gain there. And right now, Parker is starting to put the pressure back on as they roll through the 10 Commandments. And Gruy, he wants to try to force him into a mistake around some lap traffic back there. Gruy gets around okay, and now does Parker. But here we come into the storyland, and here's where the story's about to be told, because Parker's trying to strike, it looks like.
He's right up on the inside. This next right-hander, wheel to wheel with Gruy. Now it's a left, and Parker is going to go to the outside and try to make the pass. Now Parker, he's not afraid to get aggressive if he has to. We've seen it happen the last few years here at the ranch. It works. He takes over the lead. Trampas Parker out of Louisiana by way of Italy. Spent a long time living over there when he was racing the Grand Prix Tour and is in the number 1 spot. There's Gruy going to try to split the lap right or get to the inside.
And a unique class, and actually with this 45 plus class and Masters 50 plus class here with both classes on the racetrack at the same time, these guys get into lap markers a lot quicker than what a lot of the other classes do.
Again, yeah, there's not a ABC division here. It's everyone of this age is racing together, so there can be a bigger differential between a guy like Parker, who's one of the very top level of racing, still is out there teaching riding schools, than other guys in this class might just be the weekend warrior types who just ride and train wherever they can in between the real job. Here comes Parker. Here comes Gruy. Now we can put the focus on the number 31. Big boy Barry Costin in the number 3 spot. Didn't quite get the start he wanted. Karsten said he rode here the first 2 years they held this event, 82 and 83. Hasn't been back since. So Karsten's learning the drill, kind of the opposite of Gruy, who I think has raced here probably the last dozen years or so. Trampas Parker getting away now in the Veronica Beach race. He's into the long shot shoot. Trampas Parker and Pedro Tractor. And look at Gruy. Chewy John Gruy, the Michigan Mafia.
He's not giving up. I think you're right, man. He's been coming down here looking for these championships, and you know, to be able to rise to the occasion against the former world champ there of Trampas Parker, man. He's feeling his oats here early in the race, but like we said, I've got to see what happens at the end of these 20, and so far, lap traffic is becoming thicker and thicker, and you know, it could work to the disadvantage of Parker in this situation, but again, only time will tell this one. Parker, Gruy, Karsten, Pedro Gonzalez, he's 4th. Darren Hope is 5th. 6th, Doug Miller, Rodney Carrier 7th, Galen Dixon in 8th. I think he's actually dropped back a couple of positions. Rayford Collins Jr. is 9th. James McIlvain is 10th. Alan Alford the 2nd and 11th. Earl the Pearl May is 12th. Tim Philippi is 13th. Gary Luzier is 14th. Howard Jabay is 15th. Chad Felicio is 16th. John Choate III is 17th. We got 8416. It must be an unassigned name on that transponder, but regardless, he's in 18th, the 49 machine. Phil Miklo, the 25 and 19th, and the 76 of Ralph Bentley rounds out your top 20 there, as we are now 3 laps into this race for the senior 45 plus class. Leaders making their way toward the finish line now into the final turn. Parker, like we said, trying to manipulate some of that lap traffic. Unique in this senior 45 plus and Masters 50 plus class is that both are running together in the 50 plus class, starting about a half a lap down, so it's not taking these guys long to catch the back end of that Masters 50 plus class. Taking a look at the fast lap times right now, Trampas Parker turned the fast lap that he's turned in this, and the fastest of this moto so far, the 2:10.736 there on lap number 3. Lap 4, we saw him drop it back to a 2:10.238, and we saw Gruy drop to a 2:13.077. The gap now about 3 seconds. Karsten about 7.9 seconds back. He's gaining about a half a second or so a lap over the last couple of laps, but the one thing is he is gaining.
We also have the 50-plus class actually out here right now, and it is Kevin Foley, who has done a lot of damage at the ranch through the years. He is your leader of the 50-plus class, Kevin Foley. Dean Sarver is second. The old hand out of Ohio, David Hand, is third. Craig Bigelow, one of the originators of the Michigan Mafia, is in the number, yep, absolutely. He is in fourth. And the smoker, the Marlboro man, Ray Nebel, is in the number 5 position.
What's that?
Those are 5 riders that we're very familiar with here racing at the ranch. Kevin Foley.
Yeah,
I guarantee you, Kevin Foley, a lot of riders pounding over the tops of those whoops in the 10 Commandments. He's too nice. Would not do that to those whoops. I wouldn't want to land. Let me pick the bike up. I don't want to hurt the face of this whoop. That is how nice Kevin Foley is. He's leading the way in the 50-plus class.
Well, I don't know, man. Since he's turned 50, you haven't talked to him lately, have you?
Has he turned more angry?
Oh, he's getting
really?
he's getting grouchy as he gets older.
Crotchety
Yeah.
He's old in his
Gotcha.
ears. Really? Listen, how do you want this? Just kicking bikes over in people's pits. It's the new Kevin Foley. Dean Sarver second, David Hand third, Craig Bigelow and Ray the Smoker Nebel rounds out the top 5. That is the sound of an ice-cold can of Red Bull being cracked open up here in the announcer's tower. Kevin Kelly's going to have wings. And we've got spectators getting in the way of our cameras. Okay, Parker has got away from Gruy. It's only a 2-second lead, though. It's not massive. There we go.
It's amazing how big 2 seconds can look sometimes here at Loretta Lynn's, but right now I'm beginning to think that might be a little closer than 2 seconds because Gruy looks like he's been getting back on the aggressive mode here.
And Barry Karsten running the 2:13 lap time. That's the quickest of anyone that last time around, but he's 7 seconds back. Here comes Gruy. Out of the tree turn. Where did that come from? On the gas.
Something's happened to Parker. He dropped his lap times down from 2:10s and 2:12s to a 2:15 and a half last time around. Even though Gruy turned to 2:14, you can see he smells blood in the water right now.
Barry Costin in that number 3 spot. Man, Gruy, watching that, I was just watching Parker and Gruy almost threw it away. And out of nowhere, like there was he was cheating, cutting across the grass to make that pass with Parker.
Unbelievable where Gruy got that drive. Now look at them battling through traffic. Here goes Gruy. Oh, they almost come together.
Right now.
Yes, thank you for that addition. It didn't happen in the past.
That was the Beatles. Come together
right now. Over me. That's what one of the lap riders just said.
Over my dead body.
Man, they are threading the needle through the lap traffic. Parker's the 13 in the KTM. There's Gruy to the inside.
Good Lord.
Oh.
Collectively, 14,000 years of racing out of that race.
Here he goes.
Gruy just forces Parker out of the way.
I don't think so. This poor lap rider's like, what in the heck is going on here? Get out of here.
Gruy thanking Mark Peters for that rut in that corner, but it actually wasn't a rut. It was just the bike of Parker that he used to bounce off of. Now side by side, heading to the Red Bull Beach. We got some sand in this right-hand sweeper that they're headed into. It's deep, it's rough, it's choppy. Gruy down the inside. This is a battle in the 45-plus class.
Coming around for 6 laps complete as they make the final drive up toward the finish line. And again, this is where Gruy started putting the pressure on a lap ago. 2:15 and a half last time. Let's see where their lap times are sitting this time. 2:14.4 for Parker, 2:12.9 for Gruy. So you got now less than a half second, or right at a half second behind the number 13 machine.
Gruy's got him again down the inside. Different line than he used last time. He momentarily had the lead 1 lap ago. The track has really come together. They're both able to ride completely different areas. Gruy again takes a shot at Parker. This is unbelievable. The amount of traffic. It's like 2 taxi cab drivers in Manhattan. As they're just not afraid to just bump into everybody else who's impeding their progress. Now we're into the 10 Commandments. Gruy on the number 70, the Kawasaki, taking another shot at Parker.
Wow, and they're deep in lap traffic right now. Not only trying to race each other, but they're trying to look ahead enough at lines to get around those lap riders at the same time. Talk about a challenge to battle in this moto right now.
and what happened to Gruy back there when they went through that lap traffic. I think that might tell the story as they come out of Storyland. How many times are we going to use that one this week? Yeah.
Well, there he is. He's back there, but he did lose a little bit of time. Like I say, it might have been that lap traffic that caused that to happen, but he is still in somewhat of a hunt back there as he works his way through. Karsten was last time around about 8.3 seconds behind that battle for the number 1 position. He was turning a 2:14 lap time himself, so it looks like Karsten's early push in the early part of the race, he's at least comfortable and satisfied for the moment with a 3rd place ride.
And now in 4th place, Pedro Gonzalez Sr. in the 4th place spot, and Darren Heft in 5th, Waylon Galen Dixon 6th, Doug Miller 7th, Earl the Pearl May 8th, Rodney Carrier and Jimmy McElvain round out the top 10.
That's interesting for May. Actually, May was way outside the top 10 there on that first lap. He had a lot of position jockeying to do and a lot of work just to get to the number 8 spot where he's at right now. Everything kind of settling into pace now. Here's something of interest for you. Karsten might be comfortable for a reason of about a 37.2 second gap between himself and the 4th place spot. Hey, tonight we got the Thor folks have brought together something pretty cool. It's the dodgeball, the invitational dodgeball tournament they're going to be having up in the Amsoil Arena tonight. Folks definitely want to stop up for that and check it out. And it looks like I'm being signed up to announce the dodgeball. That looks remarkably a lot like my signature, by the way. 2:12. A 2:15, a 2:16 is the lap times. Parker wasn't taking any chances that last time around. He's still only about 3 seconds ahead of John Gruy, but that lap was able to give him some comfort that he's looking for. I believe we are rolling through our final lap here, if I'm not mistaken. And it is Parker, Gruy, Karsten, Gonzalez, Heft, Dixon, May, Miller in 8th now. Carrier's dropped to 9th. And McElvain, I believe, is going to be your 10th place ride. But again, yeah, Thor going to be bringing the dodgeball. I think last few years they brought several different kinds of things. I know we've had basketball in the past, but I think last year we had volleyball, and this year it's going to be dodgeball. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So we'll want to join us up in the Amsoil Arena tonight. You can check your souvenir yearbook to find out more about times in the special event schedule, but I think it's somewhere around the 8 o'clock hour, if I'm not mistaken. But right now we watch this one unfold as Parker, Gruy, and Karsten go 1, 2, and 3, and we go to the podium where Jason Wygant is standing by with our top 3.
That's right, we are down here. We've got our winner. That was a battle in 45 plus. Let's send some congrats over to the 13 to Trappist Parker. Yeah, there we go. Man, that was good. You guys are rubbing elbows and everything else, and you pulled it off.
Yeah, you know, it's fun to ride with somebody like John. Even everybody out here, you know, the lap riders play a big part of it, but I had the same lap riders he did. You know, sometimes it works in my favor, sometimes it works in his favor. So it was the same for both of us. We had a good battle. We bumped elbows a couple of times, but with a guy like that, you don't have to worry about him taking you out dirty. You know it's going to be clean, and if he would have passed me, it would have just been one hell of a move.
Who do you want to thank? It was an awesome ride.
Well, first of all, I got to thank my wife who put up with me through all my surgeries the past year, total hip replacement, get my knees fixed and everything. Then I got to thank Rod Reynolds. When you got gear that looks this cool, you better not go out and get beat. And then, you know, the guys at 100%, there's nothing better than having a pair of goggles that has 27 tear-offs on it, and you ain't got a problem with them. FMF, who hooked me up with an exhaust this week, which was phenomenal. It woke the bike up, and that made a big part in my winning. The guy over at Twin Air who hooked me up with a filter, you know, thanks for making it easy on me. I didn't have to wash it. And just Graham KTM, Donnie Graham. If you're looking for a KTM, go look up Donnie Graham. He'll hook you up, give you a great deal. You know, he rides too, so he knows what it's like. ankle saver foot pegs, because at my age I need every little bit of help I can get. PG Graphics, who hooked us up, you know, I got to thank those guys, and then just everybody who was on the line with us. It's great to ride with a great group of guys.
Let's congratulate the world champion who's looking for a title here at Loretta's this week, Trampus Parker. All right. We can bring up our second place finisher in this moto, who should be John Gruey. We'll clear Trampus's bike off so we can bring the 50-plus crew on up in a moment. First, we'll complete our podium for the 45 division. We ran double classes in this one, double gates. Silver medal is going to go to this guy. He's been through the drill at the ranch many, many times, and he knows that often a second in Moto 1 is as good as a first when it comes down to the championship. One of the Michigan Mafia, man. Let's hear it for the number 70 of John Gruey. That was a battle, man.
Yeah, it sure was. That's a lot of fun when you can run with guys like Trampus and Doug when he's here. It is so much fun. And that track was definitely the separation between the men and the boys. It was technical, but really good because of that.
Yeah. And how about that lap traffic?
Oh man, that's you can tell there's 10 more guys out there, but you know they're trying to make it good for everybody, and I think they're just doing the best they can.
Who do you want to thank, John?
Definitely Team Babbitt's at home. Without them, they helped me huge. Team Green, Kawasaki, Fox, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, Bell Helmets, Scott Goggles, Twin Air, Wiesner Suspension, Moto Master, and man, anybody I forgot, Dr. D, Ride Engineering. I appreciate all their help. I couldn't do it without them.
All right, let's hear it for John Gruey taking second place. And he gets whole shop money from Motorcycle Superstore. We'll bring up Barry Karsten. And we would like to see the bike of the 50-plus winner. I believe that is Kevin Foley. We can bring the bike for the 50-plus winner. Well, boy, I've waited my whole life to interview this guy on the podium. He makes it to Loretta's, takes third. Let's hear it for Barry Karsten. What took you so long to race here, man? We've been waiting years for this.
I raced here the first year they had it. I thought it was 84, but they're telling me 82. And I raced 82 and 83 then, and then I went pro. And you know that story. I went pro for a long time, and then I started racing amateur events again. And then now I waited for my kid to make it, and he just raced right before me. And now we're here going to do all the amateur stuff.
How was the moto for you?
It was exhausting. I mean, the track's rough. I watched that battle out front, hoping hit him, Gruey, you know, take him down, Parker.
Take him out.
Yeah, you know, but it never happened. I don't, you know, I guess they rode clean, and but they had a good battle, and I was, you know, maybe catching them because they were probably messing up a little bit, but I didn't have enough that moto. I'll go back, figure it out, and we'll get him next moto. I'll get a better start and be with him.
Who do you want to thank, Barry?
Oh, again, Bromley Suzuki out of Trevose, Pennsylvania. I mean, they helped me 100%, and MSR, Rye Helmets, Scott Goggles, Twin Air, FMF, Dunlap, Decal Works. I mean, all the people that sponsor amateur racing, I mean, they helped me forever. Scott Goggles, Moto Hoses. I mean, there's a lot of guys here, and you know, the Coombses for putting this event on, the AMA for letting the Coombs put the event on, and you know, it's just everybody from, you know, everybody here makes it, you know, what it is. And I'm glad I'm back, and I hope I can get that other one, the first place one.
We got plenty more time for that. Let's congratulate Barry Karsten. Welcome back to Loretta's. He's got himself a bronze. He's going to be going for more. Now we have a
The Can-Am Renegade 1000 XXC with the most powerful engine in the industry. The Outlander 1000 XT with a redesigned chassis for unequal trail riding. The Commander 1000 Limited, the most equipped, luxurious side-by-side in the industry. The facts say it's the most advanced lineup out there. But the ride says it all.
I can't help myself. I still love the race.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for that moto win?
You know, this was about family and friends this week, and I'd like to thank my wife and kids who supported this whole project, and a good friend of mine, Mid-South Motoplex at Crass, Lovell family. Just a lot of friends and family helped me out this week. Of course, Pro Circuit, Oakland, Dunlop, Thor. Thank you very much.
All right, let's hear it for him taking the moto win, Kevin Foley. All right, we're looking for second and third. I think we got, I only got to see to the last lap, and then I had to run down here. I think we had Dean Sarver in the mix. David Hand second. And another rider we've seen here at Loretta's many, many times, a veteran out of Ohio. We're saying silver medal in this one. Let's hear it for David Hand. Hand family back at it. How was that for you?
It was a little tough. I mean, that's my kind of weather.
Yeah.
You know?
Is that Ohio weather?
It is, and I already came down to win, so he rode a good race.
What happens if it goes back to 100 degrees then? Are we in trouble?
No, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm all right.
Who do you want to thank, David?
Definitely my family. I mean, my wife helps me a lot. She gets muddy. And then as far as racing sponsors, I got Wiseco and Renthal over there, Dave. They really help me out a lot. Pro Action does all my stuff. Kenda Tires and Sunoco Race Fuel, Brian and Tim over there, they've been really good to us.
Let's hear it for your runner-up, Mr. David Hand. And he was running second, third, most of this one, a good solid run. He also picks up $100 from the motorcyclesuperstore.com. Dean Sarver. How was it?
It was fun. It was raining, but it was fun. Maybe that helped us stay cool.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice this week as far as that's concerned. You going to be better, you think, in the other motos? You got more now that you got one under your belt?
Well, I hope so. You know, third is still in the running, but we'll see. Those guys kind of checked out on me, but we got a good bike. Cal with FDI really helped me out with that machine, and man, did it get a whole shot. So it's fast.
You want to thank anybody else?
Yes, the guys at SRS Motorsports and my family, Rebecca, Grayson, and Brandon. Thanks.
That's Dean Sarver. We got to go race and send it back to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason Wygan, as the Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16 BC are off and rolling now. And Kevin Kelly, I know we got a big field of and a deep field of talent in this one once more as we check out the motorcyclesuperstore.com Whole Shot Award. That's going to go to the number 79 KTM ride of Timmy Crosby.
That is correct, sir. Number 79, Timmy Crosby out of Pennsylvania with that early race lead. But look out. We saw him racing early. The number 51 of Ryan Surratt should be a definite player along with Jarrett Balkovic, the number 36 in that number 2 spot. And that's going to be Miguel Carrera out of Shrub Oak, New York, the Yamaha rider, taking the early race lead now, snatching that whole shot away from Timmy Crosby. And let's watch this one go. We want to watch out for 51. That's going to be Surratt. Tristan Charbonneau, number 16 in there as well. Bradley Taft is a player. Dean Spangler, number 25. Alexander Fry, 28. Josh Mosman, 29. Miguel Correa, 36. Challen Tennant, Lorenzo Lacrucio, Jake Masterful, Shelby Peterson, Ryan Surratt, Balkovic, and Cole Barbieri. Just some of the kids we're going to be watching here in the opening stages of the Schoolboy class.
Well, the 51 machine was about 5th place, 6th place there just a moment ago whenever I saw them going through a few seconds ago as they headed into the Storyland area. And now as we check in with our leaders, we see that we may actually have some changes going on all the way through this field as they continue to jockey for position in this one. And
there's Surratt back around the number 10 spot. Balkovic was 5th. Okay. So, yeah, man, look at that high-def picture you're catching right now. And listen, do not adjust the audio on your TV. Those are 2-strokes. That is a beautiful, beautiful thing, folks.
You know, I remember a couple of years ago when we started out with, it might have even been last year, started out with the 2-strokes as the first race. Oh, man, our leader
off
swapped
the track.
out.
Your leader goes down. Fry almost went down as well, and Balkovic almost, they all stand him up. He got brake checked in the turn, and Fry almost put Balkovic on the ground. And making hay while the sun does not shine is Ryan Surratt. Wow. Fry, Balkovic, West, Maxey, Tucker Maxwell, Cole Barbieri, Timmy Crosby, Meshi, McCracken, Spangler, Redmond, Jake Masterpool, Hartramp, Milan, and Ryan Surratt is 15th. He is buried.
Wow, he just seems to be going further back, it seems like. Challen Tennant's back there in 17th to 73. We saw him in a moto earlier today, buried as well, and it took him some time, but he worked up into a top 10.
Boom, there's the pass.
Wow.
Balkovic just fired it right in there, and then Fry fires it right back on the outside.
We saw a battle between these guys earlier today, and they're just picking up right where they left off there, Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, and Balkovic, no stranger to bumping and grinding. We've seen some great video footage from the boys at Verve, and he is not afraid to run it up on in there. Now, remember, he was on a Honda earlier. Like I said, he changes it up in the 2-stroke, jumps on the 125. So Balkovic out front, Fry on the KTM. Man, gotta love this Schoolboy class. outstanding racing. Just pencil in whoever you want. The race is going to be phenomenal in Schoolboy.
They're riding. The actual track is starting to become a major obstacle for these riders. The lines are changing so much, and you can tell that these guys are pushing it as they're having a tough time just riding and hanging on to the machines.
So we are watching the 55, the Camp Hill PA rider. It's Jarek Balkovic. And if you give him some clear track and Ryan Surratt 15 spots back, I'll put my money on him. Ryan Surratt has a long way to go. And if you want to finish that sentence.
Before he's going to be able to get up to the leaders? Is that where? Oh, sorry. I was watching the RacerTV coverage, man. I'm sorry. I'm involved in the race by spectating.
Sure. I'm with you, man. 100%.
A historical first, being able to bring this stuff to you on the road, in your living room, wherever you may be, via the World Wide Web at RacerTV.com. Yeah. History in the making here today, and the Moto 16, race number 16, Schoolboy won 12-16 BC, wrapping up lap number 2 with a new leader now. Fry was out front at the end of 1. Now it's Balkovic with Fry in 2nd, Tommy Maxey in 3rd, Kyler West in 4th, Barberi.
Tommy Maxey, how about that? That little grommet. I spent a couple of weeks with him down in the beach, and he's out in the number 3 spot.
Well, watch him. He might be in the number 2 spot here pretty quick, as he is all over the rear wheels of the 28 of Alexander Fry, right behind the number 55, your leader. Here they go through the motorcyclesuperstore.com for us now.
Check that battle out. Fry on the KTM and Maxey firing around the outside. Fry's been passed here before, but he's able to counter on the outside. Tommy Maxey, old man Maxey, about to lose his mind right now with this kid. Bumping and grinding right there on the number 28 KTM.
Through the commandant gaskets, turn into the 10 commandments now, and Maxey all over the 28, man. I tell you what, Alexander Fry has been under fire every time he's been on the racetrack today. If nothing else, he has been on the defense, and he has had his work cut out for him, and there he goes. He's going to have to go back to the offense as he just got passed by Tommy Maxey heading in the storyline.
Man, Tommy Maxey is just growing up before my very eyes, man, in the number 2 spot, and Balkovic trying to just check out totally. Then you have West, 4th, Barberi, Maxwell, Spangler, Redmond, McCracken, and Lucrucio, top 10. Ryan Surratt has moved up into the number 12 spot. Charbonneau, another player there. He is 14th. So those two kids should start plowing their way through the field. But we're going to see how Jarek Balkovic can hang on to the number 61 of Tommy Maxey. Tommy Maxey, watch this kid ride. He looks like he's going 500 miles an hour faster than he actually is going, because he is just crazy on a motorcycle. Fun to watch.
He's very fluid. There's no doubt about it. He has a lot of confidence in his bike and what it's going to do. And look at this. He's reeling in Balkovic for that number 1 spot right now. He was only 2 seconds behind Balkovic whenever they came through the finish line, a half second behind Fry. And as we near the completion of this next lap, I can almost bet that he's going to be right there as they make that drive now, going for lap number 3 complete.
Maxey on that One Industries Yamaha, spends a lot of time down at MTF. Balkovic at another one of the training facilities. Look at that, they're dead even. 204 for Maxey. Balkovic with a 205. And let's see how Surratt, how'd he do? Moved up a few more spots.
Well, Tommy Maxey is in 2nd, Fry in 3rd, Barberi is the number 4 rider aboard the 72. Dean Spangler is 5th, Tucker Maxwell in 6th, Samuel Redmond in 7th, Lorenzo Lucurcio is 8th, Tristan Charbonneau in 9th, Ryan Surratt now up to a number 10 spot aboard that 51 machine. We've got Kyler West, Jake Masterpool, Brandon Hartramp in 13th, Brandon Gorley 14th, Will McCracken in 15th, Miguel Corriere in 16th, Bennett
Look at that, side by side,
wow.
Rodney, check it out. Tommy Maxey almost with the pass on Balkovic. Back on the inside, they switch up in stereo, side by side. What a great view here on RacerTV.com. Broadcast here of the Loretta Lynn's. So last year you could buy a Yamaha. Rider number 25 down on the ground, picked himself up.
Spangler. He was 5th place whenever they came through just a moment ago, and now that moves Maxwell, Redmond, and the rest up. But the battle is still on coming into the Red Bull Energy Station sweeper turn. The 55 of Balkovic under pressure from Tommy Maxey. Whoa, watch him go, man. That rear end just swapping out.
I saw both sides of that number plate, both sides of the bike here from Tommy Maxey. Never chopped the throttle.
Didn't slow him down a bit.
Just thinking about his 5-foot tall, red-headed, bearded dad down there, jumping up and down like a little munchkin down there in the mechanics area. I love Tommy Maxey, dude. I love his old man. He's funny. Come on, Tommy. Get in there, boy. He's already a foot taller than his dad. Clean my bike, Dad.
Wow, coming into the final turn one more time. This is the end of lap number 4. They were 0.6 of a second behind, separating the first and second places last time through. 2:05.826 last time, 2:03.862 for Balkovich. He actually picked it up in a 2:04 for Tommy Maxey.
Maxey able to get up and over that Thor tunnel jump and just cross-rutting out of there, no problem. He never chops the throttle. He's just in it to win it, no matter what. Fun race to watch. Balkovich on the 55, Maxey on the 61. And how's the rest of the field looking, Rodney?
Balkovich, Maxey, Fry in third. Tucker Maxwell is fourth. Lacurcio is in the number 5 spot now. Tristan Charbonneau moves up to 6th. He was 9th, I think, a lap ago. We got Samuel Redmond in 7th. Ryan Surratt up from 10th to 8th. Now Kyler West is 9th. And Cole Barriere having some problems there as he drops out of the 5th place position or close to a 5-spot ride into 10th. Jake Masterpool in 11th after full. Gorley Spangler gets back up in 13th after riding a good, strong 5th place position and having those problems. Hartramp in 14th. Mantooth in 15th. Courier, Peterson, Moseman, Kost, and Will McCracken now rounds out your top 20. And Alexander Fry is the rider we're looking at there aboard the number 28 KTM, and pointing out some of the track how differently.
Well, when you're up here, Rodney, me and Jason Wagner were just talking like you don't get an appreciation for how rough and tumble this broadcast, bringing it home to you in HD. It's like unbelievable.
And I don't even think, I think it might actually pale in comparison to actually walking down on the racetrack. But you can see by the way the bikes are reacting to the track just exactly how challenging it is. And wow, what a great racetrack it is turning in to be.
That section right there just takes it so you watch the rider's head slam down to the crossbar twice on those singles into the face each time, then up and over that Kawasaki Camelback. That is just brutal on the body lap after lap. You don't get a chance to rest here, Rodney.
Not anymore. There's not a smooth spot on this racetrack. I was noticing that sweeper turn coming around the Thor Beach there. A lot of people using the inside, but the characteristics of that is so much different than what it has been in years past.
Checking in on Surratt and Charbonneau. Those guys have made a lot of progress. They were in 15th and 18th on the first lap. Charbonneau down now up into the number 6 spot. Surratt is 8th. Well, a little bobble there for our leader, Balkovich.
Charbonneau's 4th.
Well, they just reset, so he's moved up 2 more spots that time around. Surratt moves up to 7th, and they are coming. And here comes the number 55 of Balkovich and Tommy Maxey, and they're going to have to deal with Charbonneau in just a minute.
Yeah.
You're going to see him in the screen right behind him right there. That's going to be Charbonneau and the rest of the boys coming through.
Yep. That's them coming down the short chutes right now, I think. Actually, Fry might have just gone off the track over there coming down the short chutes, and that might give Lynn Charbonneau a little bit of a hand to close up that gap a little bit more.
Oh, a little change up in the lines there, and Maxey has a good run on Balkovich. They are close again. The soil changes to about 900 different shades of brown and black and lightens back up to sand. And that is just a chewed up motocross racetrack right there. Your leader's coming back right towards you, the 55 of Balkovich. Will pick him up on the blue Yamaha. Just doubling out, just wherever he can jump. He's, I need to get off the ground, get off that dirt, man. Don't want to be any part of that. Lift that front wheel up, the big, tall, lanky profile that TLD's looking for their riders. Balkovich fits it nicely. You come in, you get sized up for your gear. 5'11", you're in there, buddy. I don't care how you ride. You look cool on the bike.
Well, just to let you know, 2:05.076, Tristan Charbonneau's fastest lap. He turned that on that 5th lap in that traffic. Everyone around him turning 2:08s and 2:09s right now. So we got to wonder whether or not he's going to be able to reel in Fry. We'll be keeping an eye out on that as Jarek Balkovich seems to be getting a little bit of comfort zone starting to open up there. He was a 1.7 seconds ahead of Maxey last time around, but I'm thinking that he might be a little bit more.
They're crossing right now. They just crossed. That was Balkovich. When he looked to his left, Charbonneau was right there. So Charbonneau now in this last turn, he's going to spot these guys in about another lap or so. He'll be able to really start making up some time.
So 6 laps down, Balkovich, Maxey, now 3 seconds. Charbonneau into third, 2:05.885 that time. He's 8 seconds behind Maxey. He is 11 seconds say 11.6 seconds behind Balkovic and the #1 spot right now. And to see him go from 18th place position all the way up to, well, possibly battling before this race is in is a pretty amazing thing that we're seeing unfold right here.
You're watching race number 16. The Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16. The Schoolboy 1 consists of 125s only, and riders can be between the ages of 12 years and 16. And there's Charbonneau. And as you say, blood in the water. He can look out at the exit point of the 10 Commandments and now see the second place ride of Surratt. Maxie, there you go. Thank you very much.
You threw, I was like, wait a minute, where's that come from? Speaking of Surratt, he's all the way up to 6th, like you said. He was another rider that had his work cut out for him. But, man, what a phenomenal ride he put on earlier this morning if folks had a chance to watch that one.
There's our leader again, 55, Balkovic. There's Charbonneau. There's a good look at the number 16. He has charged from 18th to 3rd on the number 16 Yamaha, bringing that new generation of riding style. Looks like Axel Hodges on a bike. Same kind of elbows tucked in there. Looking good. Looks over his shoulder there. And there's again a look at Balkovic, your leader, 55.
Man, I mean, how good is Balkovic got to be feeling right now, especially after the battles that he and how hard he had to work out there earlier today in that other Schoolboy class.
It ain't over, son. Look, that's Maxie again. He is not done with this guy.
Oh, he's coming back. He's
Maxie
firing
will
right
not
back.
leave him alone, and Maxie's got that section dialed. He brings a good bit of momentum, and Maxie just proven he is fit. He spends all of his time down at MTF.
Wow, he's within a second now. It looks like
head down.
Charbonneau's finally kind of settled into a pace. He might be thinking Moto 2 and Moto 3 before
Look at that,
redemption.
Maxie just airing out the single. He is just not going to leave Jared Balkovic alone. There's your second place ride, 61 of Tommy Maxie and Balkovic just right in front of him.
Wow, and the rain, I believe, starting to pick back up out there, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not mistaken. The camera shows it falling down to the earth here from the heavens as it pours down on this man-made battleground. Oh, off the track goes Maxie.
Ooh.
Gonna make up some time there in the grass. It's much smoother over there. It's a good line. I would just stay over there. That's the smoothest piece of ground on the grounds here.
Wow, this could change the way this race is running right now, especially if the rain falls down too much, too hard, too fast. Balkovic, 7 laps down now, gets the big break he was looking for. At least it looked like he was when the 61 of Maxie had the problems in the 10 Commandments. But here, as the lap wears on, look how rough the track is going around the decision makers out there, and a big anthill in the center of the track. Man, you could tell that Maxie is not giving up even after the little miscue there a moment ago, and he is still hot on the gas into the big sweeper turn. Smooth line, the smoothest line I think is right smack dab in the middle where that berm is beginning to develop. So Balkovic and Maxie, Charbonneau, Fry, Curcio. Again, just can't say enough about what Tristan Charbonneau has been able to achieve in this moto out here. Charbonneau now 7.5 seconds back. He's starting to pick the pace back up. He had lost a little bit of time on the leaders, but picked up the pace that time around. But I think we should be coming around close to a white flag time now. And the final laps and the closing moments of this Schoolboy 1 12 to 16 BC class are upon us as we take a look at the field here. The way it is starting to pan out, we'll take a look at the top 20 and keep an eye on the battle as well with the Balkovic Maxie, how much that's tightening up, and we'll also be watching for Charbonneau. I think it's going to be tough for him, though. And a big push to get to 3rd. That was pretty amazing. Still in championship contention, no doubt. So Balkovic Maxie, Charbonneau, Fry, Curcio in 5th. 6th is still Surratt. Actually, Surratt is pulled to within 1.3 seconds. of Lacurcio, so we may be seeing a battle start to shape up there. We'll look for that one in a moment. Kyler West is running the 69 and 7. Tucker Maxwell, the 81 and 8. Jake Masterpool breaks into the top 10 aboard the number 95. The 72, Cole Barbieri rounds out your top 10. 21, Samuel Redmond is the 11th place spot. Shelby Peterson, 97 and 12. Josh Moseman, 29 13th. Bennett Mantooth. Then it's Miguel Corriere, Josiah Hempen in 16th. Scott Meshy, 17th. Austin Winslow, 18th. Timmy Crosby, 19th. I think Crosby grabbed the whole shot, if I'm not mistaken, aboard the 79. Andy Cost, the 31 Yamaha, rounds out your top 20. Balkovit, Maxey, Charbonneau settling into pace. Fry's picking things back up there. He turned about a 4/10 of a second faster lap than Charbonneau last time, but I don't think that's going to account for much, but we'll watch just to make sure.
Just past the announcer's tower, Balkovic and Maxey go 1-2, and then looking back for Fry and Charbonneau, actually. Charbonneau over the tunnel jump, Fry right there with him, rounding out your top 5. Lorenzo Lacrucio.
Wow, almost identical lap times for Charbonneau and Fry. They're still 1.8 seconds apart. No change in that. 2:10.162 and a 2:10.137. Now here's somebody to keep an eye on maybe here late in the race. Looks like Lorenzo Lacurcio has picked it up. He's actually about a little more than 2 seconds faster than Fry and Charbonneau. He was only 2 seconds behind. So the number 83 might be somebody to keep an eye on here in the final laps. And Surratt as well, trying to keep up the pace as he's still running the 2:09 range. And we still might have some time for things to happen out there. Lane Shaw to the MX Sports Racetrack office. Lane Shaw to the MX Sports Racetrack office.
Lane, if you're watching us online at RacerTV, if you would just report to the MX Sports office, please. Well, the 9th lap now just about in the books. 10 should do it, I'm guessing. Totally guessing here. The white flag should be out since we cannot see. We have no way of seeing the white flag. We can see every inch of this racetrack except where the white flag comes out. Wait, look right here. We're going to be able to see in just a minute when he comes by. Should see the checker flag, actually. I didn't think about that, actually, watching the broadcast. We do that.
Wow, amazing technology.
Know,
we haven't even been using it, right?
Dabbing the foot there, the number 55, Balkovic out of PA, trying to keep Tommy Maxey behind him. Old man Maxey, get down to that podium. Go see your boy. Tommy, follow him on Instagram. One more turn remaining.
And the 55 machine, Jake Balkovic, turns in yet another lap. Lap number 10 now in the history books, a 2:13.3.
That's it. The checker flag is out, and he will take the win. Balkovic will lock down a first moto win. Tommy Maxey with an outstanding finish. He'll finish up second. Charbonneau will claw his way to a podium spot from 18th, Rodney.
That's amazing, man. Amazing. I mean, he made up some major ground there. Look at this. Lacurcio moving up to 4th as Surratt moves into 5th. Fry having some problems there on the last lap as he'll drop back to a 6th place position, it looks like, aboard the number 28 KTM. And Kyler West back in 7th. Jake Masterpool is your 8th place ride as we watch the 81 machine. Tucker Maxwell was running there with Cole Barbieri, who was running a little stronger than that in the early part of the moto, dropping off the 10th there with a few laps left to go. And the checkers on this one for 9th place. It is Maxwell, but Samuel Redmond moves into the number 10 position in the Schoolboy 1 12 to 16 BC class. Balkovic, Maxey, Charbonneau 1, 2, and 3. And we'll head on down to the podium where Jason Wygant stands by with our winners.
Thank you very much, Rodney Tomlin. And we are here with our winner of the Schoolboy division. And it was a battle, way to hold on under extreme pressure all the way through. Gold medal goes to the 55 of Jarek Balkovic. That was fun to watch. Tommy Maxey was all over you in that one. I don't know if you even knew what was going on. There was lap traffic. It was a rough track. You held on.
Yeah, it was crazy. The track was slick. The first lap, I was like 10th off the gate, and
I caught up right to Fry, but he was going all over the track. He tried to clean me out like 4 times, making himself 4 lanes wide. Once I got by him, it was better, but it was scary there. Once I got into the lead, the track was getting slick, so I just tried to, I tried to ride smooth and steady, and Maxie was riding awesome, so everybody was riding great. Can't thank everyone enough for getting me here and getting me a great bike.
Yeah, you want to name some people?
Yeah, I definitely want to name my, gotta thank my mom and dad, Chris Porcel, my trainer, BPM, George, working on my bikes night and day, my mechanic Mark, Moto Tassinari, CP Pistons, Renthal, Ronnie at Maxima, Jeff Cernix, Yamaha Camp Hill, and the Action family, Scott Goggles, Fuel Clothing, Guernay Boots, Works Connection, Primo at Dunlop, Hinson, Boysen, and Moto Master.
There's a Moto winner right here. Let's hear it for Jarek Balkovic. All right. And we'll bring up second place, and certainly nothing to be ashamed of there. He gave it one heck of an effort. And we'll talk to him here, the number 61. Let's hear it for Tommy Maxey. Well, come around front here, Tommy. Come around front here. That was a battle. You certainly gave it an effort.
Yeah, halfway through I ran out of tear-offs and I had to take my goggles off, so I had to back off.
Well, hopefully it's not so muddy the next time around, right?
Yeah, I hope it doesn't rain.
Yep. Who do you want to thank, Tommy?
First off, I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Mom and Dad, One Industry, FMF, Too Fast MX, Factory Connection, Smith, Morton, Air One, MTF.
Let's hear it for second place finisher number 61, Tommy Maxey. And a come from behind effort for a third. We'll hand out a bronze medal for that. Let's hear it for the 16, Tristan Charbonneau. Off the start there, he definitely had.
I came off the start and I got 34th gate pick. I was bummed about that, but I did a great ride. Came all the way back up to third, and I'm pumped on it.
Yeah, you attention, right? You attention for a title.
Yes, I am.
All right, who do you want to thank, Tristan?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Monster, my mechanic Rob, Thor, Rock River, Pro Taper, FMF, Dunlop, Hinson, Georgia Practice Facility, Scott, EVS, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for the number 16 of Tristan Charbonneau. All right. And we have a whole shot check to hand out here in Schoolboy class. And then we'll move on into our next division. This one was crazy.
AMSOIL is giving away a 2014 Can-Am Maverick 1000 RUTV. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn more and register, or register online at amsoilracing.com. Get trail ready with AMSOIL.
It was really slick and I fell, so it wasn't as good as it could have been, but it was pretty good.
Wish you better luck in the next one. Who do you want to thank?
Cernix, Fly, 100%, EVS, Cernix, Clint, and that's about it. And my mom and dad, of course.
$100 from the Motorcycle Superstore going to Timmy Crosby. And they're going to take some pictures from the motorcyclesuperstore.com, and I am going to send it back upstairs. Boys?
Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it as we stand by here in the dry confines of the Loretta Lynn Amateur National Motocross Championship Announcers Box. It is once again the 32nd annual running of this Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's. Rodney Tomlin, Kevin Kelly here in the tower, Jason Wygant down on the box there a few moments ago, and also joined by none other than Wes Kane as we are rolling through our sighting laps right now with our girls 9 to 11 and the girls 12 to 16-year-old class. We saw some great women class racing earlier this morning, and keep talking about the greatness of the women's classes and all the different genres of racing that I do. I mean, I do everything from ATV motocross to GNCC, the off-road stuff with ATVs and motorcycles, and even a lot of the motocross that I watch, and I'm seeing that there is a lot of talent in the women's classes anymore, and it's starting in these youth classes, and they are transitioning into the bigger bikes quite nicely. As we roll through this in the girls 12 to 16-year-old class, some of the ones to watch out for, it'll be Shannon Fleming, the number 8 out of Newington, Connecticut. Also Zarai Pitts out of Forest Ranch, California. Hannah Hodges is out there. You know, she's going to be one to watch as she's doing double duty. Actually, I think raced in the women's class, the 14-plus class also. This 12 to 16, they have women 14-plus. Hodges actually started way outside the top 10 and battled back into a solid top 10 finish there at the end of the Moto. Phoebe Barber is here with us, 14 out of Tennessee. Anna George, the number 17. Suzanne Wilson, the number 20. She's out of Virginia. Out of Nevada is Kaylee Darby, the 24. Madison Novelli out of Texas. Reese Camarada out of Georgia aboard the 29. Gina Grigoletti out of Illinois on the 33. Lauren Plate, the 34, out of Pennsylvania. Cassidy Shaver out of Montana, the number 35. 36, Paige Norwood out of Howell, Michigan. 38 is Kennedy Kimmel out of Illinois. Danielle Grigoletti out of Illinois aboard the 41. Summer Mills is on the 42 from Minnesota. The 44, Kennedy Lutz out of South Carolina, I believe. Then we've got the 48 of South Carolina's Savannah Gaston. 57, Haley Peterman out of Iowa. Gracie Van Horn, who also started way out of the top 10 and then was able to battle back aboard the number 58 in that women's class. Back with us here at 15 years old in the 12 to 16-year-old class out of Wyoming. Jamie Ostadillo out there out of Pennsylvania. Aspen Neely, the 71 out of Louisiana. Michaela Inman out of Michigan. The 80 of Carrie Kilbrew out of Arizona. Shelby Benson out of Delaware. Haley Martin out of North Carolina. The 85, Michelle Smith out of Oakley, California. 89, Cassandra Stevens out of Ohio. Then we've got New York's Nicole Voorhees. Taylor Smith on a Kawasaki out of Titusville, Florida. The 9 to 11 class, Catherine Callie out of Ontario, Canada. Taylor Snow out there in the 9 to 11-year-old class. Then we've got riders like Katie Benson out of Delaware, Brianna Green, Carrie Hutchins, Carly Morgan, Kaylee Allen, Caden Clements, Gracie Sparks, Zoe Roten Maurice, Leah Raines, Jordan Jarvis, Taylor Alford, Corey Steed, Lexi Dykeman, Jasmine Canfield, Maggie Gertz, Carrie Wilson, and also Cami Samples, Sydney Wagner, Gracie Dietz, Aiden Malcolm, Cameron Patro, Caitlin Claus, Jada Murphy, Alyssa Cole, Jessica Betts, and Haley Giddon. Neat side story to this girls 9 to 11-year-old class as we get set to roll into it. The number 63 machine out there riding in tribute to a former champion of Loretta Lynn's known as Lisa Aiken. Lisa Aiken Wagner is the lady's name now, and Sydney Wagner is her niece, actually. And Sydney is racing her number. This is the first time that she's ever been here to Loretta Lynn's. 10 years old, racing in this girls 9 to 11 class. Her dad, who is Jay Wagner, actually raced here at the very first Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch race back in, 1982, I guess. Said he's been here about 13 or 15 times. He says, I kind of lost count on that kind of stuff. And he says, you know, we were talking yesterday or day before yesterday. Actually, I think it was yesterday during practice session. And we were just discussing, you know, he's like, man, it's pretty neat. He goes, I look back, he says, I was at the very first one of these. And he goes, I've been coming to these. And he says, this is pretty neat. I'm getting kind of emotional. My daughter's getting ready to race her first Loretta Lynn's. And he says, we're going to, you know, get a race the same day and, you know, get a race the same track and everything together. And he goes, I think that's neat. And I looked at him, man, and I was like, wow, man, he's really, this is kind of an emotional moment for him. And this is really touching him deep. I said, Jay, man, I said, which is really, I mean, this seems to be touching you pretty good. I mean, I know it's like, you know, the birth of your child and you get a race with her at Loretta Lynn's. What do you think is probably the best? And he looked at me, you know, and he kind of chuckled. He said, you know, that's really hard to answer. He said, both of these days, he said, the day she was born and being able to see her race at Loretta Lynn's and being able to race with her, he says, man, these are two pretty proud days for me. You know, he says, it's a toss-up. It's pretty hard to decide which one of these is going to be better. I can imagine probably the birth will probably be best, but this is more recent, and this has got to be a great feeling for him to be able to do something like that. Be there for the first time. Talk about going full circle, man. That's pretty cool.
No, that's the irony of coming down here to the ranch. There's so many stories. There's so many memories that are built here, and they're long-lasting. They're for eternity. Even if you only get to come down here 1 year, of your whole racing career. It's something that you will never, ever forget. The camaraderie, the road trip, the cresting the hill to finally see. The first thing you see is the pool and the pavilion, and then you just travel deeper in here, the creek, and all the stories that you heard, they start to come true as you venture into the week.
And the Loretta Lynn experience.
It's something that you will never, ever forget. I don't want to, let on how old I am, but I've got 20 years under my belt coming down here, and I still remember the first day, or me and Willie Manning, which is my cousin, we'll just sit and we'll just start talking about different things and people that we've seen come through, the titles won, this different races, the what happened in the creek, or the rental car stories, or it's just long lasting. You could just talk about it forever, and that is what makes the Loretta Lynn's experience a lifelong lasting experience.
Yeah, and Davey Coombs said it best, I think, last night in the opening ceremonies. He was talking about working your way through the Loretta Lynn's and out and into the professional ranks and going out, and then a lot of these guys that are coming back and racing again. He says, it's really neat. You shake a lot of the same hands going up as you do coming back, or coming back as you did going up. And he said, take a moment while you're here at this time, he said, and get to know the people that are around you, because those are the people that you're going to be with for a long time. And in a lot of cases, you'll be reacquainted with again sometime down the road, maybe 20 years. It may be 20 years before you see them again, but you might see them right back here again. So get acquainted with everybody. And I think that's some really good advice, and that's what the heart of all this is about. The 2-card is up, and we're about ready to go racing with the girls here, Wes Kane.
Yeah, we've got the 2 classes on the line, so it's going to be a little tricky here, but I think, Rodney, between me and yourself, with the experience that we have being up here, I think we're going to be able to sort it out. And if we don't, guarantee you, when we get down there, everybody will know, hey, I got third. Don't worry, I got second. I passed you. Yeah, you did. I'm just lucky to be here.
There you go. It looks like the number 14 might have grabbed that early lead. We'll get the official word there, but that looks like Phoebe Barber. And that is Phoebe Barber taking the MotorcycleSuperstore.com hole shot award there in that first hole shot. And we'll have a second hole shot coming out with this girls 9 to 11. We'll try to keep you up to date with those girls as much as possible. As we found out with the Masters and the senior class, it's a little more difficult than we realized. We got some new changes, it looks like, already. And it looks like Hannah Hodges already moving to the front of the pack on this one, on the number 12. Second moto getting ready to, or the second drop of the gate getting ready to go, and it goes down, and it rolls into the first turn now. And it's the 46 grabbing the hole shot on this one, and that's Jasmine Canfield out of Deltona, Florida, in the girls 9 to 11-year-old class. She's Yamaha Triangle Cycles Yamaha sponsored. Also TB Parts, FMF, Alpine Stars, and Moto E. Back up front, we turn our attention as Hannah Hodges is snagging control of that girls 12 to 16-year-old division now. Again, we were talking about Hannah. She had a great finish in Moto 1 of the women's class, the 14-plus class. She actually got off to a bad start and worked her way through the pack into a solid top 10, and I'm thinking, if I'm not mistaken, up to a really solid top 5. But more important for her right now, she's got off to a better start and is able to command and control this as the rain showers begin to fall. Looking at the weather forecast, calling for trace amounts of rain falling, but we keep seeing, a little shower here and a little shower there. Though it's not a lot and done a lot of damage to the racetrack, it's got to be a hindrance, and it's got to be, if nothing else, a mental factor for these riders out on the racetrack, because then they start thinking about what happens when the rain starts to fall. Is the face of this jump going to be slick? How do I react to this?
Well, here comes your leader right there. It's going to be Hannah Hodges leading the girls 12 to 16. Hodges doing a great job out there, all the way from DeLand, Florida. And that is where, he rides Outdoor Nationals. Matt Gerke's from DeLand, Florida, so maybe a little training going on there, but Hannah Hodges definitely out front. Even Davey Coombs said, hey, I seen this rider early on, and I'm like, she's really, really fast. A great compliment there.
I think that we got a battle shaping up back there in the second division with the girls 9 to 11. I thought I saw Jordan Jarvis maybe challenging Jasmine Canfield at 46 for the early lead. We'll try to check in on that in just a couple of moments. But right now we're watching and focusing on RacerTV.com with Loretta Lynn MX Live. Hashtag that whenever you tweet out, folks. That way we can follow along, and we're getting a lot of responses, well over 10,000 viewers popping on pretty quickly whenever we got started underway this morning, and it's pretty interesting, the historical factor that we have unfolding here with our Loretta Lynn MX live broadcast or webcast. I like to call it a globecast because we're globecasting across the world, not just broadcasting. But Hodges, man, controlling through the storyland. And as we look at the standings here, it's Hodges, Michelle Smith, Gracie Van Horn, another rider that had a very strong showing in the women 14-plus class a little while ago. Shannon Fleming, the number 8, is 4th. Kennedy Lutz, the 44, and 5th. Carrie Killebrew is 6th for the number 80. Paige Norwood, 7th. Cassandra Stephen in 8th. 9th, Phoebe Barber. I think that was your Whole Shot Award winner. And Jamie Ostadillo rounds out your top 10.
All right, here's word from MX Sports headquarters. If for some reason you ride an earlier moto and you haven't rode your first moto yet and you have an injury or something where you just can't make that next race, please go to the MX Sports event office. If you're going to withdraw, that lets them know that they can call an alternate up. So let's say you're riding, a plus 25 plus, and something else later, the moto might run later today or it might run tomorrow. Until that first moto is run, they're going to keep placing alternates. So if something happens in practice, like yesterday, you might be sitting on the fence and say, oh, I better run over there. Let them know. They'll move an alternate up. There's people here that practice that are waiting for a gate. You ride an earlier moto this morning, but you have another race tomorrow. Let them know, hey, I can't make it. I tweaked something.
Even at the last
bike
minute.
mechanical, can't get parts. Let them know to the last second before they drop that gate, they will place an alternate in your spot.
There are alternates that are standing by, dressed and ready to go for sure. So, yes, take advantage of that. And, they are taking advantage of that, but please to give them a chance to take advantage of it if you're not going to be able to ride. We're 2 laps into this one, 2:27.020 lap time for Hodges as he pulls out to a 6.8 second lead over Michelle Smith now. The number 88, Gracie Van Horn, is 3rd. Shannon Fleming, the number 8, and 4th. Kennedy Lutz in 5th. And Michelle kind of sneaking into that spot there, if I'm not mistaken, because in the early part of that we had some different riders up front, but actually Phoebe Barber and Hodges, I guess, is where we were watching that early battle. But now Smith, a 2:28.441. Gracie Van Horn, a 2:28.633. And we could see some pretty good battling shaping up between these as we've got... Hodges is caught up with some lap traffic. Hodges is, this could spell big problems there. She's still stuck in that rut. Look at this, Wes Kane. Amazing turn of events here for the number 12 machine. She can't get the bike to fire up. She got in with some of that lap traffic, and I believe she has already been passed. We're going to get the exact number of positions that she may have lost. I know that Michelle Smith was able to get by Gracie Van Horn, the 58, able to get by. I don't know if Fleming got by or not. She was about 20 seconds back. Kennedy Lutz another 5 seconds back there. But, man, what a tough break for your leader, Hannah Hodges.
That's what happens when you pick those lines, and it's kind of an off-camber type turn in the rut. It's like 2 foot deep. You're dragging actually almost the side frame of the bike. And a rider was caught in there, and she just backed up into it, stalled the bike, really didn't tip over. The bike stayed straight up in the air, and now Hodges back on a tear now, trying to make up some valuable time. We'll check the scoreboard here and watch her very closely, but now she is definitely on a tear out there, on a mission to try to regain the positions that she lost.
Well, I thought I saw the 88 and the 58 go by. I might be mistaken as we're watching the leaders now, or at least Hodges work her way toward the end of this first lap of racing, or third lap of racing, I'm sorry. And she might have been able to establish enough of a lead there where she didn't lose any position. She was stuck in that rut for quite some time, though.
She had 6 seconds. It was almost 6 seconds between her and, yes, Gracie Van Horn did. She comes through the stripe. Gracie Van Horn
and Michelle.
And the 88, absolutely. So Hodges got a lot of work. Hodges now just comes under the tower. Now we're going to see how Hodges is going to have to go to work. The pressure is on.
Yeah, I thought I saw both those riders going by. She had almost a 3-minute lap time that time. She lost about 20-some seconds on that. So it puts her 9 seconds or 6 seconds behind Michelle Smith and almost 10 seconds now behind Gracie Van Horn. Her fastest lap was a 2:27. Grant Van Horn ran a 2:28 as her fastest lap, but last time she dropped to a 2:38. Michelle Smith a 2:44. We got to remember we're in some lap traffic now with the girls 9 to 11 class out there also, just like we saw in the senior class a little bit ago in the senior 45 plus class and the masters 50 plus class. Some of the back markers in that second start off the starting line become obstacles pretty quick out there. So Gracie Van Horn, Michelle Smith, Hannah Hodges, Shannon Fleming, Kennedy Lutz, Lauren Plate, Paige Norwood, Daniel Grigolotti, Phoebe Barber, actually Cassandra Stevens, and then Phoebe Barbie, your top 10. And we'll check in with the girls 12 to 16-year-old class. We'll check in with the girls 9 to 11 class here in just a moment. Right now, Rob Bidas is up here with us. And Rob, I see that on the agenda for this evening, Thor has gotten put together an invitational dodgeball match, and I know that that should be pretty exciting. What exactly is going on?
You know, after all these years of coming down here and you know, we have different events, we had volleyball, we had different things like that. As soon as we found out that there was going to be contact, possible carnage, you know, an opportunity to see who had the big 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, people started talking about it. Mitch Payton wants to be involved with it as a line judge right now. There's people that want to go out there. They want to see the wrath. They want to see who has the big arm. Wes Kane, do you're on a team. You're on a team? Well, you better start, because getting on a team right now is critical. You're a celebrity now? Okay. Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure I didn't know we had a division for that, because this is hardcore. There's no prisoners over here when you get into the dodgeball thing. You know, no one's looking at, you know, Emmy nominated reality star Wes Kane. They're bringing heat. You can see Kevin Kelly right now, his rotator cuff, he actually had it surgically removed just so he had Tommy John surgery so he could go almost 100 miles. I want to say that there's 5 per team. I'm not sure. Let's see what we got. Okay, just want to remind everybody, get there early, get a good seat up front. You're not going to want to miss the action. There's a lot of smack talk already coming. Wes Kane's leading the announcer brigade as he talks. He's talking well over 75 miles an hour.
Somebody's going down tonight.
Woo!
Wes Kane is getting amped up on this one as we take a look. Yeah, and wait a minute. I got kids I got to raise, man. I don't know if I can do dodgeball or not, man. Who's going to be on the other teams?
Well, there's talk that there's here's what a lot of people don't know. Back in college, Jamie Roberts threw about 107-mile-an-hour underhand fastball pitch, so she's going to bring some of that heat again. So you're on the announcer team, Wes. You formed your own squad. Come tonight, folks. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss anything. John Kuzo at 100% is talking a lot of smack already. It's getting crazy. We got passes and number plates falling off.
All right. Taking a look at the 9 to 11-year-old class now. Jasmine Canfield out front of Jordan Jarvis. Actually, we just saw that switch around. Jarvis had gotten around Canfield, I think, after Canfield had made the hole shot, taken the hole shot. But now that's flipped back around as we are 4 laps into this when Corey Steed, the number 40, had moved into the number 3 position and was looking at about a 21-second deficit after 3 laps of racing already complete. That shows you what kind of level Jasmine and Jordan are riding on right now on board the number 46 and the 32 machine. And as I believe we should be wrapping this up now, Corey Steed checking in now in the number 3 spot aboard the number 40.
We got a battle going on here for the lead. They went back and forth, Gracie Van Horn and Hannah Hodges, and it was a battle. It was Hodges, I think, edging back out in front. They are deep in the lap traffic right now. So it should be interesting how this one turns out. Look at the 58 KTM rider, number plates hanging off and all, trying to keep her in sight. Hannah Hodges, there you see her on the Suzuki, number 12, the yellow bike. She fought her way into the number 1 spot. Van Horn, the traffic got to her, zapped her, and she is now 4 seconds back So Van Horn was going for the moto win, ran into trouble while battling it out with Hodges in traffic. It was a great battle. You saw it right there on your screen. And Hodges now looks like she's in control to win this thing if she can get through one more lap.
Well, Jasmine Canfield and Jordan Jarvis continue to wage war back there for the 9 to 11-year-old class as well. We've got two great battles going on. As a matter of fact, there was only a 1.1 second separating the two. Corey Steed, as we said, was 21 seconds behind now. It was now is 33 seconds back in the number 3 spot with Carly Morgan in 4th. Maggie Gertis is 5th. Taylor Alred is 6th. Taylor Snow in 7th. Jada Murphy in 8th. Leah Raines in 9th. And Katie Benson rounds out your top 10. Sydney Wagner, by the way, back in the number 21 spot in her first ever show here at Loretta Lynn's. And you know Pops has got to be pretty excited about that. The entire family, actually, I know, are pretty excited about it. Got to talk to Aunt Lisa and Aunt Amy there at Redbud the other day, and they were all amped up and excited about her making her debut here at Loretta Lynn. Speaking of debuts, check this out. Hannah Hodges is debuting the fact that she can make some things happen even in the face of adversity after going down, and, well, not necessarily going down, but, yeah, kind of going down, getting stuck in that rut, falling off the bike. Van Horn got by, Michelle Smith got by, both those riders by, and she lost several seconds in the process, but quickly Hodges was able to reel them back in. She moved back into the number 1 spot. Gracie Van Horn holding on to 2nd, Michelle Smith in 3rd, Kennedy Lutz in 4th in that girls 12 to 16 division, Shannon Fleming in 5th, Danielle Grigoletti in 6th, Lauren Plate 7th, Cassandra Stevenson in 8th, Phoebe Barber 9th, Kaylee Darby in 10th. Barber, again, I believe, was the one that got a whole shot. By the way, the fastest lap was turned on lap 5 that last time around, heading into the white flag lap. Hannah Hodges amps it up to a 2:26.397, and that was her fastest lap of the moto. Next to the last lap, her final lap was a 2:30.9, so a 2:31. She was looking at, wow, look at that. She had about 4-second lead. It turned into a 13-second lead over Gracie Van Horn. Michelle Smith rounds out the top 3. Looking for Lutz, Fleming, Grigoletti, Plate, Stevenson, Barber, and Darby once again to round out the top 10 there in the girls 12 to 16. Girls 9 to 11 will be rolling that way. And rolling across the finish line here in a few moments. Speaking of that way, we head that way down toward the podium where Wes Kane is going to be standing by with our girls 12 to 16 and girls 9 to 11 podium celebrations. Wow, while we wait for Wes to get things organized down there, Jason Wygant bringing up a very interesting fact about this girls 9 to 11-year-old class. Jordan Jarvis almost broke a streak there for Jasmine Canfield.
We did a little research. You'll catch it if you pick up one of the event souvenir programs you can get over at the MX Sports Trailer. Jasmine Canfield has raced 2 times at Loretta Lynn's the last 2 years. This will be the 3rd year. Both times, she swept every moto she raced in. She has never lost a moto at Loretta Lynn Ranch. Jarvis led the majority of this one, but here late, Canfield able to seize the lead, and that might keep the streak alive. That is some impressive riding.
Check 2.
Down to Wes Kane now, standing by on the podium.
Check 2. We're on. All right. Down here on the podium, check 2. Check. You can hear it in the back there. It's not working here. Check. Come on up here, Hannah. Check. 1, 2. All right, down here on the podium, I've got our winner. Gets the gold medal, the girls 12 to 16, Hannah Hodges. Hannah, great job out there. Tell us about it.
I got a good start, and I was leading, and someone fell in one of the deepest ruts on the track, and I was a couple seconds back and had to pass 2 people and got the win.
Tell us about the track conditions out there.
The track's really slick and rough, so you had to use a lot of throttle control and just be consistent out there.
Well, congratulations on a moto win. You defied the you fell, the rain, a little slip.
I thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, my aunt and grandma and uncle and everyone that came out to watch me, and my cousin Tanner, and Ferry Racing, Mav TV, Lucas Oil, Troy Designs, FMF, Smith, Dunlop, Impulse, Henson, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you very much.
Congratulations from Land, Florida. Put your hands together for Hannah Hodges. Now finishing second with the silver medal from Wyoming, the 58, Gracie Van Horn. Great job out there, Gracie. Hannah Hodges had a little bit of problem out there. You able to try to make the pass, and tell me about that.
Yeah, I actually didn't even know she went down, but I don't know, I just kept pushing, and I didn't ride very good in the mud, but we'll carry this into the next motos and try to get a win.
Finishing seconds, nothing to, you know, that's a great finish out there. You got to be very proud of that. Who's the good people helping you out?
First off, God, I wouldn't be here without him. My mom and dad, Rod at Fly, Josh EBR, Orange Brigade, Scott Goggles, Shades of Gray, just everybody that's been there, ART Suspension, everybody, just thank you.
Congratulations, second place. Let's hear it for Gracie Van Horn. From Oakley, California, finishing third, the 88 ride of Michelle Smith. Here's the bronze medal for you, Michelle. Great job out there. Tell us about your moto.
Well, I got a pretty decent start, and I went down once, and Gracie got around me, so I just tried to stay up there the rest of the way and finish in third.
How does it make you feel to get down here and get on a podium down here at Loretta's?
It feels great. It's one of my main accomplishments, so I'm really happy about that.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and my dad, everyone at jzixstone.com, R&M Tractor, Milestone MX, Paris MX, Sean Murphy, JGR, and everyone that helped me. Thank you.
All right, congratulations out there. Job well done, Michelle Smith.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSOIL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
Troy Designs, Travis Preston, MX Schools, and my family.
Great job out there. Hold it up high. Let's hear it. Phoebe Barber with the whole shot award coming from Motorcycle Superstore and the girls 12 to 16. I need to check. All right, we want to put. I need a 46 bike up on the podium. Come on up here. Hannah Hodges, we can need some help up here. We'll get your bike up off the podium so we can bring up the next class. Great job out there. It's the girls 9 to 11.
Twins have notoriously been very hard on crankshafts because that big long stroke of those two cylinders just flexes the crankshaft around. So we were seeing bearing issues. Research development people at AMSOIL could show us that it was likely an oil problem. And they were correct. That was the issue. Instead of having to redesign the engine, I just had to do a better quality oil.
We're ready to go here with race number 18, the Junior Plus 25 class. Rider number 11 is Takashi Koyakata. Number 12 is Daniel Bogdan. Number 14, the Orange Brigade. Head honcho there, it's Mike Sleater out of Murrieta, California. Rider number 15, it's going to be Timmy Ferry out of Dade City, Florida. Number 16 is Ryan White. Jonathan Six, rider number 17. Jordan Oxley, number 19. Jimmy Pavoni, rider number 23. Charles Caslew, number 24. Trevor Painter, number 27. Kenny Day, 28. Casey Doherty, number 30. Michael Sandoval, number 31. Darren Downs, number 32. Matt Burris, 33. Ryan Fetzer, number 34. Grant Moreland, number 35. Justin Kelly, 36. Brad Majewski, number 37. Jack Bacon, he's bringing home the bacon, number 38. Are you kidding me? I love it. Jack Bacon in the house. Chad Wages, 44. Carl Scott, 45. Dan Petri Dish in the number 46 machine. Jared Berglund, number 52. John Libretto.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations out there, Jasmine Canfield. Now finishing second, I need the 32 ride of Jordan Jarvis from Clayton, North Carolina. Come on up here. I got a silver medal for ya. Come on, guys, put your hands together out there. Congratulations, Jordan Jarvis. Tell us about it.
I didn't have the best of the start. I kind of slid out in a few corners, but other than that, I think I rode pretty good.
I see you got a list of sponsors out there. Who's helping you out this week?
Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Fox, FMF, Impulse, EVO, GYTR, Hog Heaven, Too Fast MX, Bottle Run Extreme, South of the Border Training Facility, Dana Pelletier, Liquid Performance MX with Banks 169, Scott Dunlop, Asterix, Margie and Wade, RPM Foundation, and Only One Inspiration. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations out there, guys. Put your hands together for Jordan Jarvis. Now finishing third, the 40 of Corey Steed. Corey Steed, great job out there. Tell us about your moto.
My whole shot wasn't the greatest. I don't know what happened. I usually have some pretty good whole shots, but that one wasn't really good.
Great job out there. Track conditions, you're able to prevail for third. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, FAR Racing Team, Bud Mamone, PR2, Mitchell Piping, McGarvey Heating and Cooling, and my mechanic Dale, King Sports and Action Sports.
Congratulations out there. Ron Spinell, you ready for the next one? Absolutely. Guys, put your hands together all the way from Damascus, Ohio, the 40 of Corey Steed. All right, we're back up in the tower. Kevin Kelly, Jason Wygant, and Rodney.
All right, Panama Red Rodney has stepped away from the tower. We're going to take her away here. Kevin and Jason Wygant will finish up, load the gate for you. Jimmy Evans in the mix. Number 60, Jeremy Cook. 61 is Scotty Trimble. 67 is Robbie Raynard. Jason Brunk. Number 73, Nathan Weingar, 75. Justin Weingar, 76. Bruce Murata, number 77. Drew Petrie, 78. Chris Luth, number 79. Jay Weller, 82. Scotty Thomason, 83. Craig Ruse, 84. Ivo Camacho. Man,
Macho.
these are awesome. Ryan Grantham, number 94. And Blair Miller, the Blair Miller Project. Hey, I want to give a shout out to David Villeman listening at home there, tweeting there, letting us know he's been listening. And the official Twitter handle is at Loretta Lynn MX 2013.
I think it's
or MX Live.
Loretta Lynn MX Live.
Loretta Lynn MX Live. That's our live stream.
It's a lot. Yeah, they got the graphic up there. You can see it on the screen. Loretta Lynn MX Live. Just 25 plus class is going to be very interesting. What is, for those maybe listening on the web or watching on the web, or we recommend both, the 30 plus class in the vet divisions is a BC only division. The 30 plus division, the ex-professionals are not eligible to race. So most of the riders that raced Pro Nationals before are log jammed up on the 25 and 35 plus divisions because they're not allowed to race 30 plus. 30 plus is a class reserved for the workaday types that never had a pro license. So you're looking at some riders that are well beyond the 25-year mark that are going to be contenders in this class. Jimmy Evans won this title a bunch of times. He's 36. Raynard is 36 years old. Tim Ferry, 38 years old. Michael Sleater, 33. Pavoni is 37. So
Barry Higgins, 82 years old.
Racing the 25 plus class.
He could race this class 3 times over. Add the age of 25 up, and he's still got room to spare.
He actually could race a 25 and he could do that double gate 45, 50 plus class.
And combine the ages and still be eligible for both classes. You could cut Barry into thirds, let's just put it to you that way, and each third of his body would be eligible for this plus 25 class. Jay Weller out there on the racetrack, number 82. He's a guy to watch out for. Robbie Raynard as well. Jimmy Evans. Well, I think we're going to see a little bit different Timmy Ferry than we saw that first moto. A little bit conservative there for those first few laps. Really went after it, threw down a 155 for one lap and made the pass. So Raynard knows what he has to do, and he has to just really go fast for a long period of time. Pretty much what the...
Wow, that is a great strategy. It's the things you learn when you're a veteran like that.
You have to go fast and beat everybody if you want to win.
You want to get to the finish line first.
Yes. When the gate drops, you want to go. Have your bike running.
What you want to do here is...
Here's the Jason Wygant and Kevin Kelly keys to winning the race, or what do you guys call that on the broadcast?
Yeah, it's keys to the race. Yep.
You want to, my key, have your bike running. Bring your bike with you, have it running.
Have a bike?
Wear some gear, have a bike, have it running when the gate drops. Sit down. I like to conserve my energy. That's my theory. Plenty of time to stand up. Save that for the last lap. Everybody else is all standing up, trying to be all tough, showing how fit they are for 7 or 8 laps. Sit down for 5, 6 laps. That last lap, boom, pop up. People don't know what to expect.
My key, enter.
Sign up for the race.
Sign up for the race.
Have an AMA card, sign up for the race.
So we're ready to go here in the 25 plus. About to rack it up. Good job there on the double podium there for
Wes Kane.
And after this 25 plus, we'll run the 250C Limited and then 250B Limited. And then we'll end up the day with Mini Senior and Vet BC 30 plus. So 4 motos after this, and we'll have wrapped up our first day of racing here at the Red Bull AMA Amateur National, all presented by AMSOIL, first in synthetics.
The rain has fallen for off and on for the better part of 2 or 3 motos, but this is still a very raceable track. It's not slick, it's so deep, and there's so much additive in the way of soil. So many additives in the way of soil, the track just keeps hooking up. Just like Wes Kane at the beer tent. Take it away, Jason.
Hooking up. Into the first turn we go. Motorcycle Superstore money on the line. Pavoni again? 2 whole shots in one day.
I'm going to go Pavoni. That's just a great
It sure
guess.
is.
He is the brand new amateur support coordinator for Fly.
That's
fresh gear every time he rolls out on the racetrack. Jimmy Pavoni.
And the attack being put down by the number 36, Justin Kelly.
No relation to me. He was way too fast to be a real Kelly like us.
Your brother wasn't too shabby. Here we are through the 10 commandments. So Pavoni, clear racetrack like he had in the 35 plus division. He led about 3 laps there. And of course he'd like to hold it all the way to the end in this one.
Man, looking for the rest of the game. Robbie Raynard, I bet he's in about 28th place. Robbie is way back. Just keep looking. He's got a lot of pink in his gear. He's going to be on the Yamaha when he comes through on this broadcast.
I think that's him. About the center of your screen of the Yamaha right side.
Yep.
Man, that is a lot of ground he's going to have to make up. Remember, the motos, the gate picks for them in Moto 1 are based on random selection. Just pull a spoon out of a bucket, and whatever number is on it, that's your gate pick. So you can go fast in practice. Doesn't mean you're going to have a good gate pick. Battle on our hands.
Oh, there's battles everywhere. With the Ferry, Jimmy Evans just going by there.
I think so, yep. And Raynard, there he is on the inside, going by the Yamaha. Woo. He's only about halfway through this field. I'd say outside the top 20. So here's Pavoni's chance to try to get away.
Still a Moto win for sure, man. He could do it. He can just put the hammer down for these next 3 or 4 laps. Everybody else buried in the field.
Put it down. You're trying to race a motocross bike. You do not need to carry a hammer.
No.
Drop the hammer.
Man, goggles setup, I mean, absolutely critical right now if you're back there marred up in the muck of 10th through 20th or so. Looking down the field for Ferry, still not coming through just yet.
Well, Rob Bidas is up here in the tower telling us to watch for Jay Weller. He's moved into the number 2 spot of the number 82. So he's going to be the first one to try to challenge their leader, Pavoni. Justin Kelly still in the number 3 spot. Weller was able to slip by him about 3/4 mark through that race. Jonathan 6 is actually 4th. Craig Royce is 5th. Michael Sleater, the Orange Brigade leader, is 6th. Then it's Blair Miller 7th, Scotty Thomason 8th, Mitchell Sandoval 9th, and Nathan Weingar is 10th. Tim Ferry 13th, Jimmy Evans 11th. Those are some of the contenders. Look at Jay Weller now on the 82, rolling up on your leader, James Pavoni.
And Robbie Rayner back in 19th, so boy, he has given up a lot of spots to Pavoni, as well as Tim Ferry, of course. Your leaders back in Storyland, Pavoni and Jay Weller, Justin Kelly 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's Pavoni on the KTM. Weller comes to you on the number 60 or 82 Honda, that is. Pavoni had a good ride this morning. Challenged early for the lead and proven that he can get off the gate good now. Starts seem to be his thing.
Yeah, 2 hole shots for him. He has his hands full right now. And what are his hands full of? Well, he's got gloves on and then some rubber grips. And then inside those grips are the handlebars. So his hands are full. He also has Jay Weller in 2nd, applying some pressure. And it looks like Pavoni able to extend it just a little bit. Weller was right on the back fender last time around. Then you've got Justin Kelly and Jonathan 6 battling it out, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. As Pavoni tries to get away.
3 moto format for those of you watching at home, so anything can happen. Typically you'll get a wet moto, then you'll get a hot baked moto, and you'll get one early in the morning, so depends on what time of day, what day you ride. It's never the same setup twice. Good race for the number 2 spot between Weller, Kelly, and 6. All 3 of those kids coming by right in front of us, but we're watching the 23 behind the billboards. I bet he's got his buddy Rod from Fly Racing throwing the pit board up right there. Got the old extra lens hooked to the front of the
Weller is down. Weller is down. Oh, no, sorry, that's the 83. I thought it was the 82. Down right in front of us here, that was Scotty Thompson, who is in 8th. Weller is still in the number 2 spot. That's a pretty close fight. You basically go 6. That's his name, Jonathan 6, who is in 4th, all the way back to the top 10. And they're all on the same piece of racetrack, so if you're Thomason and you make a mistake like that, you're going to lose a lot of ground. And Pavoni's putting it together right now.
Sure is. A 2:10 lap time, quicker than anybody out on the racetrack. Timmy Ferry back in the number 6 spot, so he's coming, but he's got to pick those lap times up. He's being cautious getting around these guys. Very smart. Not going to throw it away. Working his way through that sandy beach section there. The number 23 of Jimmy Pavoni out to about a 3.5 second lead. Having his way with the racetrack. Gets to choose all the good lines, not having to cover anybody else. There he is, pops back into view. This section has always looked brutal to me. Just you slam into everything, nothing smooth. Weller still in the number 2 spot. Within striking distance right in front of us here. The number 23 of Pavoni. And Weller right there with him, Jason. They have motored out from the rest of the field.
And we have some advanced scouting, of course, done all year long. We have scouts taking notes at the events. Justin Kelly and Jonathan 6, 3rd and 4th. They actually came down here together, both from the same area of the country, so they drove down together. They're hanging out together, pitting together, and now they are battling for 3rd and 4th. So there is going to be a Moto medal going back to the rig. Who will be the one carrying it? That is the question.
That's
Wait,
right.
no one, because they just got zapped by the Red Dog.
Timmy went after it that time. A 2:11 that time. I was watching. He made a pass right here, almost in the grass there. pulled about 19 tear-offs, and Timmy Ferry is on a mission to win yet another moto. He'll have good starts because he's going to have good gate picks next time around, in theory.
Ferry's working his way toward that long start chute and then the long short chute.
Yes.
You can see him at the number 15 on your screen here at RacerTV.com. Or if you're standing on the fence watching him, you can see him as long as you keep your eyes open. Here he is headed toward the 10 Commandments. He takes a look over his shoulder. He's trying to figure out where is Weller, where is Pavoni.
Yeah, kind of gauging whether or not he's got a shot at catching him. He looked over to his right to see where they were on the racetrack. Timmy knows he's got plenty of time, not even to the halfway point, and he's already moved into a podium spot, which I would say is a championship spot for him. Timmy bouncing through. That's a tough track, man. That's a proven motocross rider out there, and it looks pretty tough out there even for him. Got that box stocks KX 450. Just rolled that thing, popped it out of a crate this morning, didn't even adjust the suspension. That's what he's saying. You can race one of these things right out of the box. Not really. I just made that up.
Probably going to put it right back in the crate and try to sell it. Claim it was unused.
That's right.
Just rode it up and down the driveway a little bit.
Eddie
Here's
Ray
your leader,
watching
Pavoni.
it.
He's looking good. Oh, you want to throw the shout out to Eddie
Do
Ray?
it, man. Eddie Ray's listening. You can do it.
Well, I can't believe Eddie Ray is not here. He put it out there on Twitter. He would not be attending Loretta's this year. He's actually attended the last 60 consecutive events here, and they haven't even had 60
He was here
consecutive.
40 years before even 30
happened.
years before we even started. He
and
knew
Irv
something
Braun, I
special was going to be here. Clock coming up there, letting you know what time it is on the
I
screen.
appreciate that. This will be our last moto of the day here on the RacerTV.com webcast. Will James Pavoni be the one to win it?
Tomorrow morning, folks, if you're watching at home, we'll start at 10 in the morning with our broadcast. 10 a.m. We'll pick back up with the web broadcast. We'll continue racing here for another hour or so tonight. Jimmy Pavoni is racing right now, folks. He's out to only about a 4-second lead over Ferry, I should say. Ferry in third, Weller still second. That's right, 10 a.m. Central Time, folks. 11 Eastern. 3 a.m. Japanese time. Greenwich Mean Time.
For all those Takeshi Koikita fans watching him in the 35 plus, just want to know what time it is in Japan. We know the Kawasaki folks of KHI, Kawasaki Heavy Industries, are watching Tim Ferry right now. It's probably 6 in the morning on Thursday somehow. Pavoni,
that's good.
It's going to be close. Ferry's got it now. He's got Weller in his sights, and Weller's only 2.5 seconds behind Pavoni. You might see them in the screen before long. Pavoni's got to put his head down and go.
There's Pavoni in the screen now. We'll back it up just a bit. There's the race for the number 2 spot. There's Weller on the Honda, and almost a green color there on the number 15 of Timmy Ferry. Used to be green. It was pretty when we started. There's Pavoni again. Man, that is a treacherous motocross racetrack. There's Weller. There's Timmy Ferry. There's your mom, Jason Wygant.
Really?
She's here. She's in the shop.
Man.
She's driving that
My
water
cell
truck.
phone doesn't really work, so I can't even call her from here. I'm glad she showed up.
Yeah, she's here with Sam Gammons. They're just tooling around.
Really? What are they doing?
Just watering the track.
Really? Okay. Ferry down to the inside on Weller. Whoa! Nice job by Weller crossing up to try to get him back. Couldn't make it happen. Tim Ferry is in the number 2 position. Wow, Ferry had it set up. That's a lot of time spent in those big stadium bowl turns, knowing how to make those passes work. And there's not too big of a gap between Ferry, who's now second, and Pavoni, who's in the lead.
There's your leader, number 23, Pavoni, coming right by us here in the announcer's tower. Timmy Ferry can smell the exhaust. The trained knows the competition. He can smell Pavoni's exhaust. He knows he's getting close. Put his ear down like an Indian. I can feel that I'm close to you.
Hey, I want to mention to you folks today that Sunoco will be giving away a 2014 RMZ 450 tomorrow at the end of the day of racing. But you have to enter the sweepstakes today. Go over to the Sunoco truck and enter. Somebody is going to win a brand new 2014 Suzuki RMZ 450. We'll give it away at our last podium of racing tomorrow. tomorrow. And speaking of giveaways, what do we have here? Kevin Kelly.
Well, I've got Jamie from Thor, and we got the end of the day giveaway. And I'm going to put my hand in this plastic box she has up here with tons of folks that have written down their name and address, and they're all eligible for something great. We don't even know what it is. It's a mystery gift, right? Do they get to choose box number 1 or box number 2? Or the little tiny box that's... All right, is that good enough, you think? All right, here we go. And your winner for the Thor End of the Day giveaway is going to be Jeff Ritchie out of Wichita, Kansas. Hey, all right. Jeff Ritchie out of Wichita, Kansas. You are the winner of the Thor End of the Day giveaway. I'll write that down so I can call him up there a couple more times. Jeff Ritchie, End of the Day giveaway. Come by tomorrow. We'll take care of you. Jamie, we got the announcers team put together. Wes Kane, Kevin Kelly, Jason Wygant, Johnny O'Hanna, Jen, and Griffin. That's going to be your announcer. Yeah, we're coming in. 7 o'clock, we're coming down.
The announcer team will be playing dodgeball tonight. Get your Racer TV cameras on that.
Thor, Kyle,
Tim Ferry trying to make it happen here. Wait a minute. I believe there might be a challenge throw down for tonight's dodgeball game, just like the challenge being thrown down on Pavoni, who you see right here. Coming by the number 23. Ferry second, Weller third. Sleater and Kelly for the 5th. Raynard up to 6th. And then Jonathan 6 is in 7th. And it's Nathan Weingart, Jimmy Evans, and Grant Moreland rounding out your top 10. Man, a lot of the favorites had the bad gate picks in this and had to work their way forward. Ferry is in that group, and he's got Pavoni in his sights through the twisties, the start chute. Then they're going to make a left, and it's going to be the long short chute. That leads them.
How is that stuck, the long short chute?
We've been running that forever, long short chute. We probably just could call it a middle chute, and it'd be fine. This is the comedic corner right here into the 10 Commandments.
Those are a staple on this racetrack. They have not changed. You can look back at old videos from the 80s and the 10 Commandments in the same spot, basically the same distance. They get chewed up, spit out, and they just roll them in, and they change all week long. Like sometimes the line's fast on top, double-double, or then getting on top of them will change. It's just a fun section of the racetrack. Back in Storyland, and we'll pick up with James Pavoni. And Timmy Ferry is right there with him. A 2:11 last time around for Timmy. Pavoni a 2:14, so he's going to have to pick up the pace. It looks like Jimmy has. He wants to win a moto here, I'm sure. We've got about 5 minutes remaining. Well, a little bit of a problem there for Jimmy Ferry. Jimmy Pavoni trying to motor away. Lap traffic now, having to use some different portions of the racetrack. That's the race for the lead. Pavoni on the fly KTM ride. And Jimmy Ferry is what I just
Jimmy
called.
Ferry and Timmy Pavoni, really, okay.
Jimmy Pavoni and Jimmy Ferry.
James Reed out here. Ralph Shaheen. Here it is.
The KTW for Jeremy McGrath.
Good torque out of the corner on the KTW.
Jeremy, I noticed you're in impeccable physical shape when you had your shirt off earlier in the day.
Yeah, gee, thanks, Art, for noticing that.
That is weird.
They're going past the mechanics area. Yeah, you're probably going to see the towel.
Where's old man Tish?
There it
is. There's Pops Ferry.
That's the point from Tim Ferry's dad. He's cheering him on.
That's the guy you want to beat.
Okay, so yeah, Tim Ferry's dad has been here the last 2 years scouting the competition. This year, Timmy actually came back to race, and what a race he has. It is going to be a battle between him and Pavoni. He has had to dig to get to this spot. Now can he get around him? Comedic corner. Here come the 10 Commandments.
Timmy going to make a run on the outside. That's for the lead. Pavoni's going to have control of the inside here on this right-hander. Can he maintain? Yes. But for how long? Jason Wygant as he pulls that peanut butter deep from the confines of his molars.
Can barely even speak right now. This peanut butter that I'm jamming up here.
So good.
Not much brake on the tower. And look at Ferry on the rear tire of Pavoni. Now they're into the Storyland, and they're going to go under that Suzuki banner.
As David Iser would
David
call it.
Iser would say on DMXS Radio, the Suzuki banner.
Look at that.
Ferry.
Bringing the heat. Pavoni again on the inside, controlling the turn, but Ferry's got a lot of momentum on the outside. There it is. And the pass is made. Jimmy Ferry with a pass.
All right, Jimmy Ferry, yeah. JF. Tim Ferry is now in the lead and hugging the inside. He's not going to give Pavoni a shot to get back around him. That's a long series of maneuvers to set that up back there. Just trying to find the right line. He finally gets it. So Ferry, who was about 12th on the first lap, he doesn't need the good gate picks.
I'll do it from anywhere. I'll do it from the concession stand.
And Ferry is 38 years old and leading the 25-plus class, although Pavoni, I believe, is 37. Like we said, these guys can't race 30-plus. They're not eligible because 30 is a BC-only class.
Oh, Lappers getting in the way.
Man!
And
Ferry
Pavoni
almost got,
squares up.
yeah, that
Sorry
was
about
almost the end right there.
And we know it's not Jimmy Ferry. We're having fun. Sorry, I just want to make sure that folks on Twitter don't flip
Blocked
out.
me with the microphone like that lapper nearly blocked Jimmy Ferry. These guys really think his name is Jimmy?
No.
Come on.
By the mechanics area, there's his dad. He looks over to his right. No, he doesn't. He's not even reading the board, Dad, just like he did when he's on a PW winning his first title, not paying attention to that board at all.
Yep, said back it down. You don't need to win this moto. Didn't read it.
Oh, you should have read it. Out of the trees there, and Timmy Ferry having his choice of lines now. Not a lot of what in the way of. Oh, the white flag alert is coming out. Wow, that's good to see. The screen says white flag alert, white flag alert. So it looks like the white flag will come out this time around. For the number 15 Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki rider of Timmy Ferry. There's the 23 of Pavoni. He'll sit back in the number 2 spot. And Timmy just cruising around now. Getting a roost full of lap rider action there. There's a nice static shot of the racetrack. We'll go back to some equipment. Give you an idea of what's going on here. The number 15 of Timmy Ferry, the Monster Energy Team Green rider. Looks over his shoulder like, finally, I don't have to kill myself trying to get around all these guys. Man, those Scott goggles looking good. Now down to the middle portion of the racetrack, up and over the Kawasaki Camelback we go with our leader, number 15, Timmy Ferry. Got the dirty gear. He did it the hard way. He came back from deep within the field looking for Raynard. Raynard now up to the number 5 spot. So, wow, Robbie Raynard has passed about 20 guys. And it's going to be the checker flag flying for Timmy Ferry. James Pavoni will finish up second. Jay Weller is going to be your 3rd place rider. Mike Sleater going to finish up 4th. Robbie Raynard will be 5th. Justin Kelly 6th. Nathan Weingar 7th. Jonathan 6th. 8th. Jimmy Evans 9th. Scotty Thomason is going to round out our top 10 on. That is a man's motocross track right there, folks. Just think of a pro national that has been raced all day long since 7:30 in the morning. You've had 40 bikes on this racetrack with small 2 and 3 minute breaks since 7:30 a.m. Super, super rough and tumble motocross track right now. Moto number 18, junior plus 25 riders. Jason Wygant down there on the podium getting ready to set things up for your top 3. Weller finishes 3rd. Pavoni is 2nd. Timmy Ferry your winner. And we will now toss it down to Jason Wygant, who is with our winners.
And we're down here on the podium. We got a Moto victory, come from behind effort again for Tim Ferry. Well, Red, I can't make not really your fault. You've had some bad luck on the gate picks.
Yeah, either 35th or 37th the first one, and that was a 40, so that was a strong 40. I didn't even know they had 42 riders on the gate, so and I got a little antsy that time. I thought, I have to make this happen, and the plus 25 has younger kids, and I wheelied out of there like an amateur, so well, I guess I am an amateur now. Yeah. But I kind of messed that start up, and in mud, you just got to be smart, and you got to stay on two wheels. One of the things I thought about, I could be way behind, but come the end of the race, I can still make up that time. So I was just smart. I got a few close calls, and that's kind of what it takes in the mud.
How bad is the track right now? Is it a full-on mudder? Is it tacky in spots? What's it like?
It's a full-on mud track, and I thought it was pretty tough yesterday. The first moto almost seemed easy. It was still smooth. It was smooth. That was brutal, man. I'm not really miss racing nationals when it's like that, but took away with the win. I'd like to thank actually the guys from Mullins. I missed him last time. We made a little jump to the bike that time. Kawasaki, Fox, Shift, Scott Goggles, Garnet. I got a bunch of guys here I missed last time. TLR, Pit Posse. We got Pro Circuit. Mitch is here. I know he hooked me up with a good pipe. So Stellar Graphics, Boysen, Moto Tassinari. So thank you very much.
Let's hear it for a Moto 1 winner, Tim Ferry. All right, Red Dog, we'll let him go head on back. Job well done. We'll bring up our second place finisher, who also grabs his second MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot of the week. He did it all here on a Tuesday. That's the one. And some good sportsmanship here. Let me get the whole shot award as he and Red Dog do a little bench racing. Second place going to go to the 23 of James Pavoni. That was good, man. I thought you were going to pull that off. You had a good lead, and the starts have been awesome so far.
I did too. I thought I had enough lead, and some of them lappers I had to take some squirrely lines, and he kind of closed up on me. I should have taken, I saw where he was going through the 10 Commandments. I should have probably moved over a little earlier in the race, but man, the track was tricky. It's really rough and slick on top of that, so he just had to kind of ride around almost like a trail ride, really. But it was a good race.
Yep. Who do you want to thank, Jimmy?
Oh, got to give the glory to God for sure. Fly Racing, Brap Supply, CC Power Sports, KTM, TZR, Tom Zomp built me a ripper machine for this week, 2 whole shots already. FMF, Hamer Nutrition, got to thank all my friends here with FCA Motocross, and everybody else that's helped me out. Really appreciate it.
Let's hear it for your runner-up, James Pavoni. And we're looking for our third place finisher. Should be Jay Weller. Was running in second at one point in this one. Going to take a Moto medal home with the bronze. So for the 82, Jay Weller. How was it?
It was good. I mean, it was ruddy, and it was definitely challenging. I just believe way better start than I believed I would get. So, I mean, I've had a rough year. I've been off the bike for about a year, and it's just a good comeback for me. I'm glad to be on the box again, and I just want to give a shout out to my mom, my dad for one, Fly Racing, FMF, Scott USA, especially Pablo Toribio and Davey Millsap's a good friend of mine, and I just surrounded myself around good people. And Jeff Cernix has been a huge help, and John Knowles from Scott. I mean, there's so many people. I wouldn't be able to do it without them, All
right. Let's hear it for the number 82, Jay Weller. Cool. Thank you. And that's going to do it for our podium. We'll send it back up to the tower.
Thanks a lot, Jason. We'll try to clean up your crappy work down there on the podium and tighten this broadcast back up here with race number 19, 250C Limited, rider number 11 out of Avalon, California, Renton Menudo. And for those of you watching at home, we're going to sign off here in just a moment. We hope you will join us again at 10 a.m. That's Central Time in the morning right here on RacerTV.com on behalf of Jen Kenyon, Kevin Kelly West, Kane, Jason Wygant, and Rodney Tomlin. We'll say goodbye and hope you will join us again for day number 2 here from Loretta, Lynn. It's the first time ever we've had the live broadcast on Racer TV. Come back and see us tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Thanks for watching. And we will pick back up with race number 19, loading the gate. Number 12, that's going to be Jake Forrest out of Dryden, Michigan. Rider number 14 is Chance Trigolette.